Look at that, like right in time with the end of the music. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with an ongoing game that we haven't played in some time. So I'm super excited to be back here. Not least of all because this is session 50 of this game, believe it or not. And this game has been going on for 6, almost 7 years at this point. We've changed systems. Some of us have had kids. Some of us have had major surgeries. Some of us have had. it's been a long haul, but we're here for it. So I love these people. I love the characters and the story that we have managed to tell so far, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing that story and getting back into it tonight. So. This is Beneath the Banner's Shadow. It takes place in a homebrew world of mine known as Rostveen, particularly in a kingdom called Vykaril, which is heavily based on Arthurian legend as well as English and Germanic folklore kind of sprinkled in. Tonight's episode is going to be called A Crown of Swords. We'll get to a little bit of a recap and stuff as we get into the actual game. We are playing Cortex Prime currently, so at least allegedly, we are playing our version of Cortex Prime. So yeah, it's a system that, though some of us have been playing it for a little while, we are definitely greenhorns at it, so give us some grace. Speaking of giving some grace, if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then honestly, this is not a great place for you to spend time on the internet. But if those things do not bother you, then welcome. You are amongst your kind. Speaking of which, I'm going to pass things over to my players here in just a moment so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, plug anything that they have going on, etc., etc. And then I think we can finally light the fuse on this bad boy. So let's go ahead and start with Karen.
Hello, everyone. It's Karen, otherwise known as Myth and Gears. You won't see me much around except for here on this channel and on Mini Terrain Domain, which you can catch me over there on Mondays, every Monday and every other Tuesday, and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, about this game, oh my God, I can't wait to get back into it. It's been a moment. Got to put myself back in our character's headspace. I'm so looking forward to all the woe that we are about to endure yet again. I think it's the highlight of of every session is how much woe can we feel. And with that, I think I'm just going to carry it on to pass it on to Tord, which is over that way.
Hello everyone, I'm Baron. I ran a game on this channel a couple weeks ago. It was a lot of fun, and if tragedy is something you're into, go check it out. It's kind of heavy, but it's a good time. Other than that, you really got to search for me to find me online. Don't do it. Other than that, I get to reprise my role tonight as Masaka Tord, the rough and tumble knight landed all over the place. We've gone here, there, elves, orcs. Let's see the dwarves.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, that Drift trilogy was a lot of fun. Like I said, I've really enjoyed the stints that we've had into the Ardlands so far. Both of those trilogies have been a blast, so I'm looking forward to the next one. Speaking of looking forward to the next one, Eli, you're up next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eli Kurtz. I'm here this evening to play Sir John Lightenor, a man of the realm and a knight and a lordling who absconds from his duties on a regular basis. It's really great to be here. You may notice that I'm maybe a little more close up than usual. I got a new computer and I don't seem to be able to zoom out my camera. So
I got you, boo.
You get to see all my pores. Yeah, things are wild these days. I'm really glad that we're playing tonight because I'm pretty sure the next time we meet, I will be a father. And it's like if we play next month, I will be a father by then. So it's a big deal. It's right around the corner and it's coming, and we're, I guess, ready for it.
Narrator,
Also,
he was not ready for it.
he was not ready for it. He was prepared to be very tired. Um, yeah, I also want to shout out really quickly. I'm in the final days of running my latest Kickstarter for a game of melodramatic relationships and violent confrontations called Sword Opera. I actually think that like that game could run this story pretty well. Um, and it's a lot of fun. We have 4 days left, and we are knocking on the door of funding. I'm like completely positive that we will fund, but I have got a few of my friends signed up to do stretch goals, and I would really love to pay them some money to write some stuff for me. So I'm hoping that we can get lots of word out about that and see if we can like really swing for the fences in these final few days. For the folks who are tuning in live, I'm gonna share a link in the chat, but I believe there will also be a link in the show notes eventually, if not right now.
Should be there. Should
Excellent.
be there. If it's not,
Cool,
please let
cool.
me know in the comments. I'll add it.
Oh, I'll let you know.
Great.
Yeah, and that's what I got.
I'm super excited for you, Eli.
Thank
No, I
you.
really am. I think it's awesome, man. I've been with you since the Blackwood, so I'm here for it. Looking
Totally,
forward
dude.
to seeing
It's been a
what you're
long
putting out.
time.
Yeah.
I noticed you got a little bit more salt in your goatee this time around, and I gotta say,
Mm.
literally an hour ago, Keely found my first gray hair
Oh.
on the side of my head.
Well,
and I'm
you don't have a kid
stoked
yet,
about
so.
that. Yeah, there will be 10 by next year, right?
Oh man, I always say I would rather get more gray than lose any more on the top. So
Oh, sure.
bring on the silver and the gray, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, absolutely. But no, congratulations on the Kickstarter. Congratulations on fatherhood, or right around the corner. Looking forward to seeing what you do with both. All right. Speaking of looking forward to seeing what he does with both, I don't know where these go. Last but certainly not least, we have Steve.
That's me. I have the opposite problem of Eli, where I am playing on a tablet, so I am zoomed so far out, it looks like I'm filming from outer space on a potato. It was an expensive potato, but turns out Elon Musk just defunded it because senseless government spending, I suppose, right? Yeah. Anyway, politics aside, I am super excited to be back to this game, taking a step outside of reality and surgeries and hospitals and all of that to hang out with y'all and get my ass kicked in a game for a change instead of real life. So glad we could get together for this.
Yeah, same, man. Very, very happy that you're able to join us. And looking forward to hopefully laughing. I know we'll laugh, at least in the side chat. Our characters, maybe not so much. This is a tale of, what did I call it? Fealty, courage, and woe. It's right there on the 10. Yeah, I think that's all the business that we have to get out of the way first. Oh, you will hear songs during the break and on the post stream that are by Josh, our fifth player, wherever he might be in the wind. But they are really awesome songs. The first of which is called Shield Sister. You'll hear that during the break. It is inspired by Ariana. And then you will hear Swordbreaker at the post stream, and that is inspired by Tord. So yeah. Pretty cool stuff. Thank you very much also to the artists, Rachel Ayers, who designed most of the shields that you will see throughout the game, as well as Augusto, who Steve graciously hired to do character art for us, so you will see those on the overlay as well. It's one of the first times I've ever had bespoke art and music for a game, so that's very, very, very special. But enough about all of that. I think if y'all are ready, then we can get into this. All right, let's do it. Our perceptions are never devoted Our perceptions are never devoid of bias. Everything we see, hear, taste, smell, or touch is colored by the infinite multitude of filters and associations we have experienced before the moment that new sensation came to us. While true objectivity is impossible, it may be enough to remain aware of the presence of our own preconceptions. Like a rogue navigating a room filled with traps, they may not be so dangerous if we simply know where these pitfalls are and how best to avoid falling victim to them. And wisdom tells us that putting even a single foot forward without this crucial understanding may just prove fatal. We rejoin the five of you traveling through the Lac Durand Mountains, an area that comprises the easternmost stretches of the kingdom, to where the center of the continent is. The lands have risen in elevation, giving way to distant mountains that are incredible heights. You arrived at the village of the Hill Dwarves, translating roughly as Forest Gate, or Gunvosen Kaias in their tongue. The wooden palisades surrounding buildings that were built directly into the boulders that they were kind of set amongst. You had arrived just in time for the funeral of their king, King Balan Khan Orzameyer. You took part in the march of his funeral that led to a place called the Burning Stones, or again, in their tongue, Telorzam Rittenung. You took place in his celebration of life. Along the parade, you viewed the story as told in different works of art or performance by these kinsmen of this king who were celebrating his good deeds. Once you reached the Burning Stones, you viewed the cremation of the king's body along with his worldly possessions inside of his funerary kiln, both smelted directly into a ceremonial mold. As you returned to the clan hall, you walked the path back that you had walked to get there, and this time the other side of the king's life story was told. The dark times, the hard things that had to be done. In addition, you also had to call upon the spirits of your own past to help protect you against the harm that loose spirits were attempting to cause you. You've now made it back to the clan hall, back to the village of Forest Gate, and the pallbearers cross the threshold of the clan hall, placing the ceremonial mold at a place that has been prepared for it at the head of the king's feasting table. As they set it down, the sullenness, the moroseness of this event melts away in an instant, and a cheerful roar erupts from the gathered dwarves. Immediately, as the atmosphere changes, drinks are poured, and music begins. So as we find all of you caught in the middle of this exchange, what's going through your characters' minds? What are you feeling or discussing in these moments right after this has shifted?
Gosh, it's so easy to take the first step. Tord is reflecting heavily on the walk back, like these loose spirits, and it's just kind of interesting to him. He's heard them called ghosts, specters, loose spirits. It's just these things that are holding on to you from the past, or things that are holding on to the past that you see or come into contact with. And I'm sure there was kind of like some sort of religious doctrine spoken. I don't know. If they would have spoke it in a common tongue, I think I would have kind of been reflecting on what was said and how like this culture processes it. And I think I get stuck in like flashes of like a cottage in the woods surrounded by like mist and birch trees. I'm sitting on a porch and I can't turn my head, and like this feeling of dread and just like crows, so many crows, like little spirits that have just latched onto me. Images of like a battlefield, many different coats of arms at different points of time, and even most recently, the like hide banners of the invading enemy, that tried to enslave my people and overtake their land. And how easy it is to find those spirits attached to you. So like I think Tord is like taking this very serious, this walk back, this somber walk back. And as soon as like the tonal shift changes and everyone starts pouring drinks, it's kind of like a snap back to the ringing kind of clears. And I think Ari is probably saying something to me about the crude nature which I behaved at a certain point in the ritual, and like not really hearing her, like you're probably right. I don't remember if I fed the horses this morning.
Or you didn't hear a word I was saying, did you? Because I know you fed the horses this morning.
What were you saying?
I was just wondering if in your culture, if this shift from losing one's loved one to then now celebrating, it seems a little bit, I mean, I'm finding it a little bit hard to adjust with what we've seen on the trail back.
There's actually very seldom a morose moment in an orcish funeral. If it's not on a battlefield, it's usually done with a large pyre. Mead is usually celebrated. And rarely do we go over the dark times. There is no walk back for us. It's more of a crawl because we're all. So maybe it's the other side of the coin as yours. When you live short lives, it's best not to dwell.
We don't tend to dwell on the bad times either. I mean, I would be there for decades just reminiscing all the bad times if we were to do that. So we just, say goodbye, and that's pretty much it. We all just have our own moments thinking about person and all the interactions. There's both sides. I mean, it's not unpleasant, really. I mean, I can see why they do it. I'm finding it, like I said, just jarring. How about you, Sir John? How are you holding up?
I am pensive. I find in human funeral rites, the only spirits that I have ever witnessed are the spirits that linger in the form of memory. And I am somewhat unaccustomed to being confronted so literally by them here. It's strange also. It seems no matter the station of the deceased, all of their kin mourn equally. In my home, funerals for the nobility are two-faced. We grieve in public and then we grieve in private in a different way. Once we may turn away from the scrutinizing eye of the public. It's a strange thing, now that I think of it, and I've seen this firsthand. I'm not sure which I consider to be better.
So your human deceptions, they carry on into your funeral rites as well. You're not even honest with that.
No. The grief is genuine in public, but grief under scrutiny is different than grief in solitude. And I suppose there are some who have more strength in one than the other, but for me, I always found it was only alone that my true feelings became known to me, and I was able to confront them properly. I remember when I was a boy, my grandfather died. Not in battle. He was a warrior. But it was not a time of war when he lived. It was a time of an unsteady peace. And his death struck me. I think he was the first man to ever put a sword in my hand. And to watch him pass, I don't know. At the time, I thought it felt like an elf passing from the world. I couldn't imagine someone living that long. I'm still fairly young, but I understand it better now. Perhaps because I have dealt so much death myself.
You're awfully quiet over there, Dane.
Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of torn, right? I mean, on one hand, there was, I mean, let's call them what they are, ghosts, and you know, I'm not a huge fan of dying, having done it twice, and then torn. But on the other hand, these are dwarfs, like actual dwarfs. Like I have, you have no idea how hard it is not to go and ask like a million questions, but it doesn't seem really appropriate until now. I mean, yeah, I guess, right? Like the funeral's over, I guess. What do you what do you think they do with the king? Like, is there like a shelf full of kings somewhere? Is there just like a room that just has kings on a shelf?
So this mold, what is the mold? And like, does the level of like how complete the mold is determined by how much wealth the king has? Like, are there some
So
half molds?
As
Just how
of
fat they
right,
were.
as of right now, what the mold is of is actually unknown. It's inside of its crucible at this point still. It's literally has been like set there when it was like glowing hot kind of thing, and it has been like cooling throughout the evening. So your guess is at some point that that's going to be opened. But in the clan hall, if you look around, you absolutely see other things that you are assuming are what has come out of previous funeral molds. And they are all manner of different things. Some of them are sculptures, some of them are actually like weapons. Some it's just a big old dong. No.
I think that one guy's drinking out of a king.
Probably.
They made him a sign.
Make me a tankard when I die. That's a true dwarf.
Do you think they get to choose? Do you make what your mold is?
Maybe it's a close family member who suggests something like, something iconic, Sir John might be like a talon from like an eagle or something, and you might be a horse, and Ari an owl pellet. I don't know. But maybe someone close to you chooses. Or maybe you do choose it, like when you become king. See, that's what I'm talking about. There's so many questions. But I mean, I don't want to fill up all their time asking them questions about funerals.
You also notice as you're having this conversation and kind of like turning your direction towards where the mold is occasionally, every once in a while, and very frequently, a dwarf will come over with a tankard that is poured and set it down in front of the king's mold and then walk away, leaving it there. So there's probably like 30 or 40 not empty, but full drinks that have been poured and set in front of the king's place at the table.
At least that part makes sense.
Does each person put their own glass there, or is it like by party?
So it seems to kind of be an individualized thing. Some, people will do it in, 3 or 4 back to back will, oh, that's a great idea, and go over and grab one and then bring it over. And every time they are setting one down, they're giving a proclamation, a toast of some kind. Sometimes it's a memory that they have of the king. Sometimes it's a joke that somehow relates to something or a deed that he did. And they'll set this down, and the room erupts in cheers, and then they all drink, and then the conversation breaks back up again. Sometimes it's a couple of minutes before somebody brings another one back. So. But there are no shortage of dwarves who are in a good mood. So if any of you decide that you do have questions, or that you want to talk to any of them, or get up to any kind of mischief, they're all game for it seems.
When Tord is thoroughly sloshed enough, I think he'll lean. I imagine they're longer tables. I don't know what the situation looks like in this.
Yeah, this is like a feasting hall, so it's definitely like a long table.
I think I would do like the not discourteous, but maybe clumsy or just unflattering, and lean over. Why are you guys in the woods? I thought dwarves are supposed to be in the mountain.
One of them says that he'll answer you. Well, you see, the Remor are in the mountains, our cousins, but we are the Ronam. We are the hill dwarfs. So we live in the mountains, kind of in the hills.
So it's not the size of your hill that counts.
It's the depth of the tunnel.
Oh. Oh. He like looks around. Is there any like tunnels leading out of here?
No. Again, this is mostly I mean, there are doorways or what have you leading out of here, but it is pretty much one large room. Again, kind of like it's not quite Nordic, but similar.
If there's anyone gambling, then I would have my hand at that. And food, I'm gonna try their food as well.
Definitely.
It's mostly rocks and bits of metal.
So,
There's a lot of meat. Probably a lot of, I would imagine, pork. Probably like wild boar. Probably venison available as well. Root vegetables, I would imagine, would be also pretty common. Mushrooms would be something that there'd be quite a bit of.
I imagine there's probably some like hearty stew with like, a trencher of just thick bread.
Yeah, absolutely.
In order to
Dense
prevent some sort
bread.
of hangover for tomorrow, I'm gonna eat a lot of that and hope for the best. Maybe try and win some money gambling if they gamble.
Yeah, I definitely think there are games of chance going on all over the place. Again, this is obviously like a celebration of life. Like the king's still kind of front and center and everything, but
I'm gonna arm
it is
wrestle a dwarf. That's what it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna arm wrestle a dwarf.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's do a roll. Let's find out how that works out.
Excellent. I gotta build a description for you. Yeah, I remember how to play this game.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to build a dice pool.
Distinctions. I'm a road weary knight of the land. I do this all the time.
Makes perfect sense.
My value. Yeah, it's tranquility because I'm drinking with pals.
Sure. Okay.
And I would imagine this is a warrior role.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Requires physical strength.
D10. I don't remember how to read these though. I think.
So you're gonna roll all the dice that you've gathered.
Yep.
And then you'll get to select 2 of them. Yeah. Let me know if you got any ones. They cannot be used. But if you don't have any ones, then you're gonna take 2 of them and form a total numerically. So add them together, and then you'll pick a 3rd die if you have one, and just use the die size as your effect die.
All right. So total for 2 die, we're looking at a 10, and then the effect die is D10.
Okay, so that's fantastic. All right, so you probably have 2 or 3 opponents that don't present much of a challenge to you at all. Either they're just not strong enough, or they're too drunk.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but all right.
But it's kind of one of those situations where you might have intended to only like arm wrestle one, but you beat him the first one so handily that immediately after there was another one that was calling foul or saying, oh well, of course he beat Stanek, and comes in and tries his hand, and another opponent falls to your strength. Eventually you find one that gives you a little bit of a run for your money and actually makes you kind of work for it. And finally you manage to best him even. He thanks you for being a good sport. And he actually presents you with a boar's tusk that has been fashioned into a necklace. He definitely stands head and shoulders above the competition. That's when he's sitting down.
I stand. Are you not entertained?
Everybody cheers. They all kind of shout your name a couple of times. A couple of them might throw little tiny pieces of bread at you.
I'm sure I just look drunk and stupid, so I kind of like smile at my friends.
I
Yeah,
give him
the
a
others-
big happy thumbs up from the
Yeah,
sidelines.
Tord seems to be enjoying himself.
Is does she call herself a princess? But like, is the princess here? At least there was one of them.
Yes. Let me see. Vingafrick.
Vingafrick.
She would now be titled Queen Vingafrick.
Is she? She is obviously present, right?
Yeah,
gonna
she
assume
was
that.
definitely around for a while. At some point, if you were kind of looking at her, you notice that she's actually not here. But you think you saw her step out the front door.
I would like to follow because I think Ari's been looking for a chance to talk to her. So I will step outside. If she looks like she's going about some sort of like official business or talking to somebody important, I won't butt in, but I am going to see if I can get a word with her.
Perfect. You find her not far. Like, you're kind of at the point where you can still hear people like laughing and shouting and carrying on. And you see that she is kind of standing at like a small outcropping of rock, kind of staring up through a place in the canopy of the trees that is kind of thin, so you can see the stars in the sky above. And she's kind of staring up at those. And as you approach, she kind of gives like a half turn to see who it is that's coming. And then as you get closer, she kind of indicates the sky, and she says, "You know what the Ronan call the stars?"
I do not.
They're called the Darsam Grumsam, the celestial lamps. Every dwarf lights one upon their death. Tonight, my father lights his. These ancestral spirits are using their lamps as they search the night sky, the great mine, looking for new souls to send down to us so that they can be born amongst their own people. They call us the Bear Dwarves because of our night vision, our ability to cut into stone, find caves. We have to use these lamps because the souls shine in different colors depending on their purity. With dark vision, you can't see color, I'm sure you're familiar. So these lamps, the celestial lamps, the Darsam Grumsam, illuminate these souls so that they can pick the right ones to become Ronan. I don't see his yet, but I'm sure it's up there.
Can you really tell which ones are which?
Well, she kind of chuckles and kind of slaps her hand on her thigh. To be honest, not really sure what I believe or what I don't. It's a nice blanket to wrap yourself in moments like this. Think of the person that you miss going up there and looking after the future of your people.
Aye, it is comforting. Um, we have a similar belief, but not quite the same. But I think all of us, we look up in that dark, big sky and we see that it's always just, it's comforting, I'll say again, to have the thoughts that your loved ones are there looking down on you, protecting you maybe. If I may be so bold, where is the other princess?
There's a long moment where she doesn't say anything. Instead, she kind of continues to look up at this thinned section of canopy, staring at the stars. But you can hear the leather of the hilt of her sword tighten under the grip of her hand that's just kind of like resting on it. I don't know. She ought to be here. She didn't even bother to come home for his funeral. I could strangle her. I spent all of that time favouring her, giving her every benefit of the doubt, and she can't even be here whenever we bloody put him to rest.
So it's her choice to not be here.
I can only assume. It's always been her choice. Dorthos was my father's favourite. She was married to a Remor nobleman because it was a strong match. Once she left, however, my father's health rapidly went downhill. He's been deteriorating ever since. We sent word of his failing health and she didn't even bother to reply.
Where did she end up going?
In the
You said
mountains,
she was
the
married.
city of Trallic.
Is it possible she is unable to?
She's a queen. How would she be unable to come to her own father's funeral? Who's gonna stop her?
Her king?
No, I don't think so. Nobody ever told Dorthos what to do. She didn't listen to anyone anyways. I doubt she would listen to some nobleman. She's got him wrapped around her little finger, I'm sure.
Hmm.
No, I think this is her choice. This is the exact kind of thing that she would do. I didn't think she'd ever take things this far.
Has she done certain things like this before?
Aye, she's a spoiled brat. Always has been. Never wanted to train. Never wanted to take things serious here. Never was interested in the politics or the running of the village or the interests of the clan. It was only ever about Dorthos.
I think
Anyways,
Ari's pretty quiet about that. She's kind of thinking back to her sister and the things her sister has probably said to her, very similar to what Vingavrik is saying about her sister right now. So she's kind of just letting this woman vent a little bit.
after she realizes that she's kind of gone on for a little while and you haven't said much, she... Apologies, I suppose I'm a little deeper in my cups than I
No need,
realized.
no need at all. I mean, I I asked the question, so I just, can't help but think that maybe there's something missing in the story. Not that you're holding back or that you even need to tell me or anything like that, but I'm just thinking that maybe we're only seeing one side. There's always another side of the coin.
Hmm. Is that why you're here? Are you here to discover what the other side of the coin is?
No. No. My time for trying to explain the other side of the coin to others is long since past. No, we're here to forge a sword.
Hmm. Well, no, I don't really believe in fate or destiny. So I find it strange that you say you've come here and no intentions of discovering this other side of the coin, but you're looking to forge a sword, and I'm assuming that it's not some normal, regular sword that you're talking about, because we can do that for you here. You could have done it at home.
Yeah, no, it's I'm not one for fate either. I mean, I was always been running from it, but it seems it's caught up to me without me even knowing. And the thing is, I think part of us really would choose our own fate somewhat. And the choices I've made have led me here. For good or ill, this is where I am. And the choices I make can have some far-reaching ripples that even I didn't know. So we are not trying to forge a common sword. I'm not even really sure if it's an actual physical sword to be truthful.
Well,
But we've been told to. Was it metal from the? No, what was it? What we're supposed to do for the door? I can't remember. I'm so sorry.
no, you're good. I have it.
What is? We wrote it down somewhere.
Joined at the anvil under the mountain.
Yeah, we've got the steel and
is.
we've got the wood, so we have to join it now.
Steel of a conquered enemy turned ally. Wood
Right.
given freely by a wounded friend. Joined at the anvil under the mountain. Honed upon the stone from whence sword sprang. Hardened in the fire of a dragon. Quenched in the waters of its home.
I think Ari would actually be saying that out loud to her, reciting that. So I think there's more to the words than just what they're saying, but I think in time we'll be able to understand it. But at this point, we're here to join the steel and wood.
Well, as fate might have it, Trolloc is also where the Mithril Forge is located.
Frolk being where your sister went.
Aye. where she is the queen. It seems like you may be here to discover what the other side of the coin looks like after all.
I think Ari just kind of nods to that. Doesn't really reply much.
She kind of looks back up at the place where the stars kind of shine through the trees and kind of chuckles again and shakes her head as if that offered some kind of explanation to this strange turn of events. I think at that point, another dwarf pops his head kind of out of the door to address Vingafrick, and in Dwarven tells her that that the king's soul stone is about to be revealed. And at that she, well, I need to be back inside. We'll talk more later.
Aye. And I think Ari would let her return first, and we'd see Ari looking up at the sky first for a moment before she would then turn and follow at some point later.
Okay. So there is a point where now a group of Ronem Forge priests they come forward and approach the mold. They wear the livery of Moradin, the god of the dwarves, the creator god of the dwarves, who forged dwarven kind upon the anvil. They themselves, the clerics, looking like a blend between blacksmiths and priests themselves. The mold apparently has had enough time to cool, and they come and break open the mold, revealing the king's soul stone, in their tongue called his tournay. And tournay. As they break open, the mold falls away, and we see what the melted slag of all of the king's worldly possessions and his ashes mingled together to form. And we can see, just by the reaction of everybody in the room, that this is a mystery. What this was, nobody had any idea except for apparently the king and the clerics. You will have gathered through the evening that it is in fact designed by the king while he is still alive. And Balancan's tournay in particular depicts two young bears embracing, one with trees and a shield at its back, and the other with an anvil and a sword behind it. The clerics carefully and ceremoniously pick it up and move it to its rightful place on the wall of the clan hall. Queen Vingafrick she looks like she is upset and angry, but also on the verge of like crying whenever she sees what this tournay looks like.
You do you think that the bears are like the mountain dwarves and the forest dwarves? That doesn't sound right. Or like his daughters, or
They're hill
you just
dwarves.
have pet bears?
They're not forest dwarves. Hill. Then they like tunnels.
Right. Anyway, the hill dwarves. Yeah, right. So the bears, his daughters or pets, or the The two peoples, or what are we thinking? Who'd we ask? Can I
I
ask
heard a
someone?
dwarven saying once, and they said,
No,
inside you there are two bears.
No, 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 no. That was
I told
that
him
was
that.
back, right? And it was wolves when he told you that.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Hmm.
Right. Are they going to tell us? Did they tell us what it means?
Tord looks around. Do they explain it?
I think
Can I ask
Ari
someone?
would just walk up at that point, hearing this latter part of the conversation, and just kind of like, it's the daughters.
That was one of the options. It was higher on my list than the pet bears.
That is because you are wise, Dane.
So where's the other daughter? I only see one bear, and she looks angry. Is she dead?
Oh, no. She's
Oh, thank
I
goodness.
thought we had to do the whole ghost thing again.
no, she appears to she decided not to come. She's at I'm terrible with names.
Trollic.
Trollic.
What
Mm.
what type of terrible person doesn't come to a family member's funeral? Even Sir John went back for
And
his.
now you know why Vin Gafrick is angry.
She's angry because her sister's not here, or she's angry because she's not here and there's a second bear.
Ari kind of contemplates that a little bit. I think more that she's not here.
I think it's because there's two bears.
I think she's actually quite happy that there's two bears and not just the one bear, but I think she's
Oh, because if
angry
there's only
that
one bear, it wouldn't be her, it'd be the other sister.
Mm,
That sucks.
yes. So
Maybe Sir John can go talk to her. I mean, he knows what it's like to be on the cusp of inheriting a really boring life of sitting on a throne and not doing anything fun with us anymore.
I know how to avoid it.
Well, he's already dead, so she's not really avoiding it. She's past the avoiding stage.
Would that stop me? An apt question.
would it stop you, Sir John?
It definitely wouldn't stop him.
In fact, I went to quite some trouble to make sure that my father stayed alive.
We were there.
Yes, thank you for the help.
What will happen?
Well,
Oh, that's
John?
easy.
to
So
me,
he'll just become one of those adventuring kings or dukes, and like he'll have someone sit in his stead, and then they'll send him messages for important stuff, and he won't read them, and then they'll make the decisions themselves until
just
he can
assume-
punch something.
Somewhere Eddard goes,
I just assumed someday I would suffer a knee injury and my adventuring days would be over.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess if it came to it and your father accidentally, passed on or whatever, I could help you out with that knee injury, just to make it all proper, I guess.
You are, of course, welcome to try.
Perfect. I await the day.
I think I reach out my hand to shake.
I think I'm gonna go talk to the Queen Princess.
Yeah, and Arya would look confused a little bit at your holding out the hand, but then realizing, oh, yes, this is what this human custom is, and will shake your hand. And you can see there's actually quite the big smile on her face because at some point I get to break Sir John's knee. Yay!
Okay. Dane, yeah, you can find Queen Vingafrik kind of around in the clan hall after the revealing of the tournay.
Uh, I guess a lot of people liked your dad. There's a lot of tankards sitting over there.
Well, yeah, I think he was pretty well liked. It helps that he was the king. He kind of like winks.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you weren't in the room. They were still putting him down. It's not like, and forgive me for saying, but he's not like he's gonna know. So, I mean, I would think at least the ones when you were outside were genuine or customary. I like to think genuine.
I would agree. Well, my father was loved. He was a good king. It's not a legacy that I am sure I will be able to live up to, but
Well, no,
I'll do
you'll
my
make a terrible
damnedest.
king.
I
You don't have the
indeed.
beard for it.
It was a funny.
It's how we cope with stress.
Are you stressed?
Well, life has been very different recently, and honestly, I thought the first time I ever met a dwarf would be very different than this, and I kind of gestured to like a whole like wake. And I didn't think it would be a prince and queen. Sorry, that I'd be talking to. So that's a little stressful. And
Out of curiosity, what did you have in mind?
uh, well, originally the plan was to grow up and become a knight, and then fight in tourneys, and then eventually get invited to one of the dwarven kingdoms for a tourney there, and then meet some dwarven knights on small horses. I guess I didn't really think it through.
She's like, like chuckling pretty hard at this. Dwarven knights on small horses.
Well, they couldn't be on regular horses,
They could not. And why
right?
not?
It's just that horses are so up compared to. Mm,
Mm-hmm.
oh, um, it's uh, if it's helpful, elves ride deer, and that would also be a terrible night. So, you know, come to think of it, there in my books there weren't any dwarven knights, and I guess that makes sense.
And who might I ask wrote these books that you're reading?
Oh, and Dane would just list off like 100 different authors.
Those all sound like human names to me.
Well, when you grow up on a farm, coming across anything that's not written by a human, or things that are generally written, are difficult.
Well, it sounds like maybe everything that you've read has had a little bit of a human bias to it. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a lot of things they got wrong.
Oh, there were a lot of things they got wrong. Did you know that elves send messages in owl poop?
She spits like her ale like across the table. I'm sorry?
No, they have trained owls that can find another elf and land near a campfire. And I don't remember if it came out of its mouth or the other end, but it was gross. And it had bones and a message in it.
Vingafrit kind of looks at Ariana, like across the room. Surely you're pulling my chain.
I'm not. I'm not. And they have special horses and deer in the forest, and some of them talk. And that's not in the books at all.
Do they ride the talking ones?
Not without permission.
It would be strange.
It turns out they don't eat sticks and leaves entirely. That was just a joke that they played on me toward. There were actually fruits and vegetables there the entire time.
You ate sticks.
I was in a lot of trouble at the time for asking too many questions and saying too much stupid stuff. So
You don't say.
Mm, I'm sorry. I've been trying to be less dour recently, and the only other option I have is questions and stream of babbling.
Oh no, it's
There's nothing in between.
I certainly appreciate your candor, and much prefer that to somberness, especially on a night like tonight.
Yeah. No, I'm so what's the next step? Like, do you just start queening tomorrow?
She kind of like throws her head back. I suppose so. Queen
Sir John, I'll
Wonderfunk.
kind of point to him. He said he could give you advice on how to avoid having to do that. He's been avoiding any real responsibility most of his life.
And I think I've sort of been listening in at this point, and I kind of but wait, do dwarves ride horses? Do you have cavalry?
There are certain orders that teach how to ride. Aye. Horses are a little tricky in these lands, but there are a few, and she kind of like looks at Dane, who do ride goats.
Goats?
That makes way more sense. Yeah, because if you had to get up the mountain, that makes way more sense.
Touches her finger to the side of her nose, like, exactly.
Plus, I bet you a goat fits in a tunnel a lot easier than a horse does.
They fight a lot harder than a horse, too.
You haven't met some of Tord's family's horses.
You got me there.
His family raises horses and armies, and sometimes they're the same thing.
Horse armies?
Well, so the rider rides them, and when the rider falls, the horse keeps fighting. It is one of the strangest things ever.
That is impressive.
They're impressive horses and people. They're impressive people.
I can see why you thought horses were too big for dwarves. I imagine horses large enough to carry your friend have to be enormous.
They are very large. I made the mistake of asking for one, and they gave it to me, and I haven't told anybody else, but it has been extremely painful to ride since that point. But I'm not going to complain. I asked for it, right?
Sure.
But yeah, if you wanted pointers on skipping out on being a queen, Sir John could help you. And then, I mean, I think we have to go to a mountain or something while we're here. And if you weren't doing queen stuff, you could come with us if you wanted.
No. No, that is my sister's realm. I'm not going to be setting foot there anytime soon.
Oh, sister trouble. I get you.
Mm.
Mine became a dark witch and tried to kill me. So, I understand. Sometimes it's tough. Siblings.
Do all humans just randomly drop large parts of their biography casually in conversation?
Mostly just Sir John and I.
I see. So your sister's a dark witch? And
He was,
tried to kill you?
but she did. But then we killed the witch that was making her a witch and put out the burning tree that hadn't stopped burning. And that seems to at least have fixed it. And she went home. It's been a very strange time since the whole sword
Can
thing.
see that. Sounds like maybe you should write some more books yourself.
Oh, no. That's Eddard's job. He writes way better than I do. Like even his letters to his girlfriend are like 6 and 7 pages long. Those are the short ones.
You've read them.
Oh, no. I made that mistake one time. I got about a page in. I don't think I'm supposed to read stuff like that yet.
I see.
Besides, it's not very knightly to read other people's mail. Like I was going through a bad period after I died, and just, choices were made. And I'm trying to be better about it. I'm trying to be positive and hopeful. And that's why I wanted to come over and talk to you, because you looked upset. And I mean,
Hi.
if I'm honest, like I know you couldn't go with this and you have responsibilities, and I figured dwarves didn't really ride horses and stuff like that, but it made you smile.
She nods, kind of chuckling to herself, and she reaches over and grabs like a large like pitcher, and pours an empty stein full of ale, and then slides it over to you, Dane.
I'll take it.
And again, as I said before, I appreciate your humor and your candor. I don't mind talking about my people and the differences that we have. It's good. It's good to be aware of what else is going on in the world.
So you're aware of like the plagues to the south and
We had heard
all of
that
that,
there was a darkness, a sickness that had swept over through the area of the kingdom that the humans share with the elves.
maybe don't let Ari hear you say that we share it.
Ah,
They're a little possessive, and perhaps rightly so. I mean, in fairness, I think for as comparatively short-lived as we humans are, we do a whole lot of screwing up real quick. But that's what we're trying to fix.
She makes a face like, you said it, not me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what we're trying to fix. So, your sister's a queen, and you're a queen, but you obviously, and I pointed like the two bears, have the same dad. So does it always work like that? Like, will one of her kids or one of your kids become the king or queen of the other realm?
I suppose so. Not really sure.
Huh.
our clans haven't really married in a long time. Like I said, they're more distant cousins.
Your
My
sister's your
sister's,
cousin?
well, she's married into a distant relation, yes.
Oh, so she became queen by marriage, not by birthright. Okay.
Aye.
That makes way more sense. I was trying to figure out how you one king fathered two queens of two different people
Lucky, I
with the
suppose.
marriage.
Or not.
I mean, politically minded, if nothing else. It gave your two people who haven't had much in common in a very long time some common ground.
Now you sound like my father. That's exactly what his intention was. However, couldn't have raised two more different daughters. Much as I have tried to make peace with my sister, she's difficult to get along with. She's short-sighted, selfish. She'll make a better queen than I will.
I don't think being short-sighted and selfish makes you a good queen or king. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many tankards on that table over there.
She looks in the direction that you're indicating, kind of studying the gathered tankards.
You know, there's
By
that
this point, it's
expression
probably
that
50 or
it's
60.
better to be feared than not, or something about if you can't be respected, it's better to be feared, and that's terrible. That's terrible. That's how you get a wall between elves and humans when they used to sit at the same table. It's how you get human slanted dwarven stories because there's not been any tales locked in hundreds of years because people get so short-sighted they can't see past their own reflections. Kings, queens, farmers, knights. People forgot what it is to look across a table and see a friend or at the very least an equal. You know? We all live different amounts of time. Orcs than humans and then dwarves than elves. I don't know how that works, but it's crazy that we can all carry grudges for no matter how long we live. We get so wrapped up in that everything else around us just falls apart. So nearsighted, we don't see the passage of time anymore. I'm sorry. I was trying not to be dour, and
No?
here I go.
For being a human and having such short lives, as you put it, you managed to have gathered a lot of wisdom in yours.
I had a lot of time to think when I was rolling barrels up and down hills. And I've been surrounded by really, really good people. And I'll kind of gesture over towards shoving food in his face and the
Then
rest of them.
maybe that's the secret then. Maybe we're meant to work hard, learn lessons from those around us, and make sure that we surround ourselves with good people who would pour us a drink after we're gone.
And I hold up the mug she just poured. Maybe one while we're still around.
Aye. Or 2 or 3. She kind of like clinks your tankard and then downs hers.
There's a horrible flashback of Dane trying to keep up drinking with Tord one time. But I'll let you get back to talking to your people.
It was good speaking with you, Dane. Sir, Dane.
I don't call him Sir John or Sir. Well, I call him Sir John a lot. I don't call him Sir Tord a lot. So, just Dane. Dane's good. And I'll turn and walk away.
All right. Perfect. Okay. Is there anything else that anybody wants to do or say or talk about or what have you during the remainder of the king's funeral before we head to break and then get on with the second part of tonight's session? No? Cool. All right. So we'll go ahead and break here. We'll take a 10-minute bio break, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And then whenever we come back, we will finish up with the second half of session 50 of Beneath the Banner's Shadow, titled A Crown of Swords. So sit tight. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our break. Like I said, during the break, you were listening to Shield Sister, a song that was created by Josh. You can find, I think, his links in the description of the video, if I'm not mistaken. And that song was inspired by our very own Ariana. We're back with session 50. The second half of session 50 at least, titled A Crown of Swords. So let's get back to it. So the rest of the evening goes about like you would expect. There is drinking and merriment that is made in celebration of the life of the king into the early hours of the morning. Many dwarves drinking until they literally just go unconscious somewhere in the clan hall, whether it be slumped over the table, laid out on one of the benches, or slumped on the floor in a heap. It appears as though you are welcome to find a place where you're comfortable to basically spend the evening. And the rest of the night passes uneventfully. And when the sun begins to rise over the tops of the trees, some, not all, but some of the dwarves begin to stir and go about their morning tasks. So, as you rouse and break camp, as it were, is the plan to do anything before you head out and turn your sights east once more to go further into the mountains? Or is it just on the trail at first light?
I don't think I really need to play this out, but I do think that either at the end of last night or this morning, I find an opportunity to talk to the queen for a little bit, just to like talk shop, comparing notes about military capabilities. I'm curious about like if there are any active conflicts going on in Dwarven lands, if they are particularly unified across all their people, or if it's more of a fractured thing. And I'm just super curious about like the goat cavalry and any other cool little things that they have and do.
Yeah, and I think it's probably mostly a time of peace here. There is rumor of unrest in the human kingdom. And you know, the sacking of the orc lands to the south definitely got their attention. So they have been starting to gather their forces, as it were, but there's not any active battles that are taking place yet. So right now it's more just kind of training and preparing for what they feel is an eventuality.
Cool. Yeah, I think then like parting words with the queen, Sir John would, you know, as they're winding down the conversation, would say something like, well, thank you for the discussion. I truly appreciate it, and I promise you, we will do what we can to keep the conflict out of your lands.
Well, that would certainly be appreciated. If the troubles reach this far, however, rest assured that we won't be sitting it out.
Of that I have no doubt.
If you happen to see my sister, tell her that I'm a little upset that she didn't come to my father's funeral.
And how is upset communicated between the dwarves?
I think she'll know what I mean.
Very well. I shall relay the message if I have the opportunity.
Perfect. Okay. And with that, you leave the town of Gernvosen Caius behind you, and you head deeper into the Lactorand Mountains. Eventually, at some point, you come across a pass, a feature in the landscape, where you ride between this monolith, passing through what you are told is Tilgan's Gate. Much like Ginden's Wall in the north, this is an impossibly ancient structure. The vertical supports of the massive arch were carved directly into the natural rock formation and still remain upright. However, the stones that were added to form the arch itself have long since fallen as time and the elements have ravished them. Beyond Tilgan's Gate, you enter what is officially the domain of the Remor, the mountain dwarves. Particularly the kingdom of Tralik. As you are riding along, is there anything that's being said or spoken about, any plans that are being made as you make your way deeper into dwarvendom?
Just a question to everybody. The queen, the one we just left, made it sound like her sister's um difficult at best. So what's the we just asked to use their forge? I mean, I mean, it was difficult with the elves, but I mean, we had Ari. We don't have a.
I should think we shall need to find some way to prove ourselves worthy of the forge. Some service we could offer or some benefit we could provide.
Mm,
Surely there's some task that needs to be done we can assist with. I'm sure I'm oversimplifying it in the grandest sense, but I'm hopeful.
we just go there and say, hey, we need to use your forge. How do we go about that?
Perhaps
Okay.
a bit more subtlety. We could announce ourselves as wandering adventurers and name some of our accomplishments and see if there is some task worthy of our abilities.
I mean, that sounds like a good way to earn a night in an inn. But I don't. Do dwarves strike you as subtle? They didn't strike me as subtle. Nothing about last night was subtle. Not one thing.
And that's where I'm led to believe that if we just say why we're there,
And
they
in-
may
Right.
be inclined to just. I mean, or they tell us.
I agree with Tord. There's no sense doing all this human obfuscation and trying to keep things secret. I mean, honestly, we're there for a reason, and I've been thinking about this a little bit since last night and seeing the mold. I don't know if you noticed there was like a sword and anvil on the one bear, and then there was like the shield and wood on the other. And that's almost kind of like what we're trying to do here. We're trying to join the two, the steel and the wood, and put them all together on an anvil. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but maybe we need to join these two sisters back together again.
You are starting to sound a lot like me.
Oh, come on. Why you got to insult me like that, Dane? I thought we were
I
getting
mean,
along.
in fairness, you just said that humans had the market on deception and secrets, and I was kind of gesture you up and down. Eh? But I think you're right, actually. I mean, I didn't think about it till you just said it, so it's definitely your idea.
Awfully serendipitous when you say it like that.
Right. I mean, I saw it and was just like, oh, sword, anvil. That's the mountain.
Are you now
And
just placating me? Just to
I'm
make me stop?
There is no pleasing you, gods damn it.
I
Thor's
was not
hungover.
I was not placating you. I actually think
No,
that
you were insulting me. You were saying I was like just never mind. And I think
wait a
she
second.
just kind of
So just to be clear, you're saying that being like me is an insult. I feel
yes.
insulted.
Silence hangs in the air.
I think we should be subtle about trying to repair the bridge between sisters. That part requires
Hmm. Okay. Right. If it's actually just a anvil and some wood and some metal, no subtlety. But if it's trying to get these two princesses back in the same castle or whatever,
subtlety.
subtlety. And none of us are very good at that except for you, Ari. The subtlety part. There's no way that we frame this that you, and I point it toward, or I, or Sir John, do subtle.
There is a bit more of an umbrella you're putting subtlety here. You have a subtle way with words that can caress the ear, and Sir John has a subtle way with a sword, and I have a subtle way of living life.
I don't think either or any of those are gonna get to the sisters. I think they might just need like a girl to girl talk or something.
Have you ever said that to her?
Toward I've known exactly my mom, my sister, and Ari, and all
Well,
three of them would probably kill me.
don't ever say that.
One of them
I-
tried.
Don't even try.
Two.
Two of them, you're right.
Yep. Ari, I wasn't insulting you. We were just talking about how subtle you are.
I never tried to kill you.
Yet.
There were many days it felt like it.
You know, I can still hear you.
Beautiful.
So if we're feeling unsubtle, does that mean that we should actually tell this queen we've never met that her sister is disappointed that she didn't show up at her father's funeral?
I think we should find out first her thoughts on everything and why she couldn't return to her sister. I mean, there might be a very good reason why. I mean, there's always a reason why. If people would just listen.
All it takes is someone to tell you about it.
So perhaps to start, we simply remark that we happen to be at her father's funeral and pass along our condolences. Is that too human?
I think that's probably a very appropriate way to start.
Subtle.
Speaking of subtle, eventually you come across the entrance, what must be the entrance to the city of Tralik. There are two monumental dwarven statues that flank a set of doors that are 15, 20 feet in height. There are torch sconces the size of braziers that are mounted on the outside of the carved relief that is done straight into the stone of the mountain itself. As you ride up, you realize that you'll have to leave your horses here in a stable or horse house, depending on who you ask. And will have to make your way up the stone stairs on foot from here on out. You can hear a loud amount of noise that is kind of echoing out of the mouth of this open doorway, in addition to the heat that you feel radiating from this place. So, you do so, leave your horses behind, make your way on foot.
And follow
Immediately
Sir
back.
John.
Stand back. I take large steps.
Okay. You make your way inside. And at first, you see a few guards who are kind of standing around, but they don't seem overly concerned as you approach. They watch your coming in, but they don't do anything to question you, even kind of letting you pass. And soon you find yourself in a grand hall with impossibly tall columns that reach up into this cavernous room. Everywhere you look, there are carved statues of stone and precious metals, gems that are worked into everything, all made at angles. There's no curves in sight. Everything is a reflection of status and wealth, it seems like. It is incredibly hot in here. There's an enormous, like, oppressive heat in here. And the dwarves that you see moving around here and there seem a little down. Not sad is not really the right word. Almost just more like they're running on empty, like they're exhausted, tired. And again, kind of this morose atmosphere seems to kind of like permeate the space here.
So John kind of looks over at Tord and mutters almost under his breath, "Is it just me, or does it seem like they had even more raucous festivities than the hill dwarves last night?"
Does seem like there's some sort of cloud hanging over them. Maybe they did mourn the king.
Perhaps so. I suppose we shall need to be alert for whatever caused this low mood.
We are going into like the side of this like mountain, pretty much. Like this large gate just goes into the mountain. We had no obstructions. The doors were like, yeah, come on in, strangers.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're not the only people that you really met on the road. I mean, you're the only non-dwarves that you really saw. But it does not seem like people coming and going is strange. Again, your passing was noted at the very least. They did kind of look up from their conversations to kind of like watch you pass, but nobody approached you.
Really overestimated how comfortable I was going to be going underground.
It is rather hot down here.
I'm uncomfortable.
Are we really down? We went upstairs and into a mountain. So, I mean, technically we're up.
Which means it's only going to get worse.
Hmm. Oh, who's gonna ask why they're sad?
Is there... Do we see a temple of Moradin anywhere?
Definitely.
Like a gate post, a check entry.
Yeah, I mean, again, kind of in this main hall, there's a lot of like cross hallways and things like that lead in different directions. But it's, I mean, a temple's usually pretty well marked. So I would think that it would not be difficult at all to find the telltale sign of a hammer and anvil of Moradin kind of hanging above what is obviously like a small temple.
How are we going to get an audience with the queen? I didn't really think about it this way, and perhaps this is what you all were alluding to, but we don't exactly have like a golden ticket that says we can talk to the queen.
We just walked in the front gate. As far as I know, we could just walk into the throne room.
You know what assuming does.
Do you think that a lot? Like when you
Immediately.
ride into a town, you can just go right to the mayor or the king because you rode into the town?
In Vykaril, I can.
He is a lord.
Fair enough.
Perhaps we go to the temple. They usually have a pretty good pulse of the community. We see what's going on.
This place is far, far bigger than I expected it to be.
There are trees in my father's grove that would be dwarfed by the gate I just walked through, and it made me uncomfortable.
Did you say that on purpose?
Maybe.
The dwarf part?
Oh, no, I understand. No, I didn't say it. Irony. It's not lost on me, I swear.
Any idea whereabouts this temple would be?
Right there.
All right.
Seems
I'll
as
lead
good
the
a place
way.
to start as any.
I'll walk to the temple.
Okay. You walk to the temple. You have to make your way past quite a few individuals who are begging for coin. Many of them look severely injured. Maybe even like several amputees. A lot of them look malnourished. And all of them are kind of like either waiting for like alms or outright ask you as you pass for alms. So as you arrive into the temple, the
Sorry,
Yes, go
Jeremy.
ahead.
Do any of these dwarves have a condition that I think I could heal?
What
I mean,
kind
I
of
can't
conditions
restore.
can you heal?
Well, I mean, I can rest. I can rest. Well, all right. In D&D terms, I can do a lot
Oh,
of stuff.
right.
In this, I can basically remove stress, give back hit points. Kind of negate any lingering effects of failure, such as, if you were blinded in a fight, or I
Hmm.
can't restore limbs, so that's not going to be a
Right,
thing.
right. Um,
But
yeah,
I
there
mean,
might
the
be a
malnourished
few.
ones I can probably help a little bit.
Yeah, there might be a few that have, like actual, like non-healed wounds, or like you said, malnourishment, or fever, disease, that kind of thing that you might be able to kind of handle.
Okay. You guys, go ahead. I'm going to see what I can do out here. I'm going to lean a little close to Ari. Um, there weren't any poor or injured dwarves in the other place. And they said it was a time of peace. Oh, I kind of like look at someone who's like maybe missing like a hand. Um, Something's not right here. And that's not Dane talking as scared Dane. That is, I can tell you something in me says that this isn't right. So I'm gonna help out, and um, I'll be out here when you guys are done.
I'll stay with you.
No, 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 no. Someone sensible needs to be inside.
They're fine without me. I'll stay with you. I'll help.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I'm just gonna heal some of these people. I don't need like the scene or anything like that. But I can.
Um, yeah, you notice that most of the injuries and things that you notice seem to be from falls or crushing damage, things of that nature, concussions, things like that. A lot of blunt force trauma and stuff instead of necessarily like war wounds. So a lot of these people definitely don't seem like they were fighting necessarily.
Oh,
More
in
like
Dane's mind, the queen's a tyrant and making them work overtime in some sort of weird dwarven
right,
factory with all. That's what's going on in his head.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Just kind of
So
painting the picture here as Dane's kind of putting the puzzle together.
just
After
reinforcing the
seeing
queen's a
these.
tyrant. Got it.
And yeah, you're once it's very obvious that you are a healer, a lot of these people start to like gather around you. Like if you go to a really poor like border town and like pull out a wad of cash and like give it to like one kid, like the rest of them all
Right.
flock to you. Yeah, kind of the same situation.
Yeah. And
I
if they'll take the good.
I was gonna say I try to help keep them from over like crowding Dane. Kind of keep them back.
Yeah, and if the coin I have seems valuable to them, like, I don't know, it's just like really in currency. They may look at it and go, eh.
Yeah, I mean,
But I imagine in a lot of places, silver is silver and gold is gold.
It's silver, and yeah, absolutely. Even if it weighs out different, it's more than they had at the beginning of the day.
Yeah. All right. So I will also pass out about 150 silver while I'm standing out here and healing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they will gladly take it and thank you for it. Meanwhile, as Sir John and Sir Tord head into the temple proper, you see these forged clerics inside, and they are tending to additional people, injured, malnourished. This place is not quite on the level of like being a hospice, like a field hospital, but this does not look like a place of worship currently. It's definitely a lot more about treating the symptoms of whatever's going on here. Even the clerics themselves look like they are scarred in ways that probably rendered them to this profession in particular. One of them is hobbled. The other one is again, has like an arm that looks like it was very badly damaged, to the point where it's not really usable. And they're kind of distributing help where they can to these people. One of them kind of looks up as they notice the two of you enter. Is there something I can help you with?
No, not specifically. It does seem as though perhaps we could help you.
Certainly. There's a mop in the other room, if you'd like, or if you're capable of healing, then there's plenty that could go around. Or at the very least, you can spoon out stew if you'd like.
Is this person tending to somebody?
Yeah, it looks like they're like wrapping up like a dwarf's like what looks like maybe a broken rib.
I go to this dwarf with a broken rib, and using my ability to heal, I kind of kneel down beside this dwarf priest, or priestess, I don't know, and like put my hand where they're bandaging, and I'm going to fix this person's broken rib, and I'm going to look at them while I do this and say, we can apply a bandage, or we can give aid. I don't see the pertinence of one if the other will continue to happen.
She nods and kind of looks at you with like a tired, expression. Says, "Well, eventually that kind of magic runs out, so bandages have to do for the others. But if you've got the magic to go around, then by all means."
Why are there so many injured?
So many work in the mines, and they're never miners. Make stupid choices. She kind of like looks at this dwarf that you've just healed, like as if to make a point, and he kind of like avoids eye contact. Or caught in an accident.
Caught in an accident. Has everyone been caught in an accident?
Might be one way to put it, aye. We're being worked to death. Some of us.
To accomplish what?
It's a great question. Whatever she's up to, who knows? Day and night, night and day. For what?
Who is she?
She kind of looks at you like, what rock have you been living under? The Queen.
Torb would just nod, expecting that answer, but
Mm-hmm. Towards like, yeah, that tracks.
I think Sir John has, while this conversation has been going on, he's been kind of quietly going over to the stew area and working on getting some bowls out. And I think when word of the Queen comes around, he kind of chimes in and says, "And how might we gain an audience with the Queen?"
To talk to her.
Yes.
You got me. She's not listening to any of us, that's for sure.
Does she hold court?
Not that I've heard. Not in some time. She never comes out to the damn forge.
Ah,
Who are her representatives in the city?
She's got a few lackeys that answer to her, hold her bidding, force more of us down into the mines day after day.
Bailiffs, tax collectors, shire reeves.
More reeves than anything else. But, truth be told, I don't know that they understand what's going on any better than the rest of us. There's no way she could be using everything that we're bringing up from the mines. She's one person out. Even in the Mithril Forts, there's no way, even with Morden's blessing, which she kind of looks around, she obviously does not have. It's impossible.
I'm sure there's some rumor of what she's doing with it.
You notice one of the other clerics kind of looking at this conversation, and she kind of like looks up and like catches his eye, and there's kind of a dark expression that kind of like passes over his face, and he kind of suddenly like shakes his head no. He's like, well, it's not really for me to say.
Of course it's not. I'll like shoot a glance over at that guy.
Yeah, he kind of very quickly goes back to whatever menial task that he was attending to.
We'll aid where we can.
It is appreciated, even if I'm not really able to show it.
I think I'll help you, Sir John, in handing out some soup for these fine folk.
and I think for me, after a few more minutes of kind of like diligently working, I look to the guy who, or the priest who was talking about the queen and the forge, and I think I'll say, you know, even in Vykaril, deep into the human lands, the legends of the mithril forge of Trolek are well known. Is it the sort of thing that visitors might be able to view?
Normally, I'd say, of course. We'd be glad to show it to you, but now? She kind of shrugs. I don't know if that's even possible.
What do you mean?
Again, the queen is almost moved in there, taking it over. Down there constantly, up to whatever it is she's doing, running that damn thing day and night, and won't really even let the rest of us down there.
Where's
you
the
are
king?
you are barred by force.
Aye.
I think Sir John looks over at Tord with kind of like a grave look on his face.
I mean, realistically, we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
True enough. Of course, difficult tasks have never stopped us before, but I don't think we've ever run afoul of a regent either.
You
Well, yeah,
plan on crossing the queen?
no.
We would not cross her if we could help it, but we are driven here not only for our desire to do good, but by an errand of great importance.
We will win this queen's favor.
We
in order
must.
to complete our mission.
Well, I can only wish you the best of luck then. If you're looking to earn her favor, then I hope you can swing a pickaxe well.
My strength is renowned in my home country, though I have never labored in a mine before.
I can assure you that is not where I'll show my strengths.
Well, then,
I mean, I'll take a coin, and I'm sure there's like an alms box
yeah,
somewhere
definitely.
by here, and I'll for the poor.
As I said, he's appreciated. With that, she goes back to her very busy work.
So the queen sucks, but her sister's alright. I should have asked about the king.
So with that, after a few moments of trying to help where you can, the four of you will find one another again at some point. What then?
I think Sir John would share the news with Ari and Sir Dane. Not necessarily broadcasting it to everybody there, but kind of drawing them aside. We've heard troubling things about the state of Trolloc. They say the Queen labors without ceasing in the Mithril Forge, and that none are allowed to enter.
Do we just try then? Or we head there and ask for entrance?
You know, I don't think it's gonna work that way. I
I
really
don't
think it was a good plan, but
We may as well try the easy way and just brace for it to fail.
doesn't hurt to try. So we go, we try and speak with the queen, we try to get her to come from this forge.
And barring that, we just talk to whoever will actually talk to us at that point. If it is as you say, no one is getting close to her.
Where's the king?
I was just going to ask that, like, where's her husband? Maybe we could speak to him.
Maybe she has him working in the mine too.
Doesn't seem like he has a whole lot of say right now. But maybe.
I mean, it seems odd to me that he wouldn't have any say. And this is his own homeland, but Queen Vingafric did say that her sister always gets what she wants. So maybe she was right on that one.
It seems a tad excessive. Abusive.
I'd be curious to find out where he's at then.
I mean, we can all look at this and say this isn't some sort of natural obsession, right? Like none of us are thinking she just decided to live in the forge and do this. I just gesture at all the people.
It does have witch work written all over it.
I don't think we would be so lucky as to find a mundane reason for all of this.
Jeremy, what was the travel time between the hill dwarves and here?
So it was probably as the crow flies, not that far, but probably about a day and a half because of the elevation increase. You would have had to take several switchbacks and not direct routes in order to get
if
up
we
here.
were a talented dwarven messenger on a talented goat.
Probably a day,
Okay.
maybe.
Well, I mean, I suppose if we have to, we could let the other queen know what this queen is doing, and maybe her sister can reason with her. Sisters have a way of understanding each other. I say, sort of staring at the back of Ari's head.
Ari's back goes stiffer than normal. Not sure
What's that
that's
supposed to mean?
entirely true.
So, forge time then.
I mean, we can send word, but I think I'd want to know a little bit more before I do send word. As it is, I mean, her sister's already. Like, Vengerfrick hasn't heard from her sister for a very long time, and if it's only really a day away, there's no reason for it. So something is definitely going on here. So I think we should find out a little bit more before we report to Queen.
Yeah. No, I wasn't saying we should get the queen now. I mean, it's her first day of doing queen stuff. I just meant, you know, um, we have a habit of getting into places where we make really tough decisions, and a lot of the times those decisions use swords. And Vingerfrick just lost her father. I don't want to be the reason she loses a sister, even a jerk of a sister. So maybe we put more effort into talking.
At
This
the
time,
least, we have an errand to relay news of her father's passing, and
right?
also our quest. We may as well try to speak with her, seek an audience of some kind before we attempt to send a message back. We'll have that much more information either way.
Right.
Agreed.
You don't suppose she would just stop doing whatever she's doing long enough for us to forge a sword, and then we can just no. I didn't
No,
think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't. Mm-mm. See, I was trying to be hopeful.
Ever the optimist.
So, whereabouts is this forge? Did you find that out?
I would assume we follow the heat.
Yeah,
Can you follow the heat? It's like everywhere. It's like, what's the word? It crushes you, like physically down. I mean, don't you feel the weight of it? I know I do.
You can see there's like sweat all over Sir John's face. Which isn't like uncommon, but not when he's just walking around.
Yeah, imagine that metal armor and several layers of, tabard and like padding underneath the armor. That's feeling like a great choice right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gotta eat a lot to constantly replenish the fat stores.
Yep. Hydrate.
Uh-huh.
Very important. Okay. So it sounds like we're headed to the forge then. Okay. Let me see.
That didn't sound ominous at all.
Mm-mm. You know, if I have art prepared for it, it's got to be a good thing, right? You make your way deeper into the mountain, and you notice that a lot of the ostentatiousness of the decor and the architecture shifts. There's not as much focus on like precious metals and gemstones being kind of emblazoned and everything, but the grandeur of stonework continues throughout. There are, everywhere you turn, enormous statues that seem to be carved out of single pieces of rock. Dwarven entities of some kind, heroes, gods, you're not really sure. And everywhere they are carved in a way that is complementary to the layout of the space that you find yourself. They always flank an opening or a staircase or a bridge, and there's almost always, mirrored sets of them. There's hardly ever just a singular statue on its own. The heat, again, just continues to radiate as you make your way deeper. In fact, if anything, it probably is getting hotter the deeper that you go. You see more dwarves who are set upon, just down and malnourished and drained. More the same that you had seen outside of the temple. Many of them seem to push wagons or carts kind of to and from, maybe even carrying like baskets and things of that nature, as you head deeper and deeper down. Eventually you reach a point where you see more kind of guards that are in larger numbers. And as you get to the place where you can actually hear and feel some kind of percussive hammering, like every time it strikes, there's this ding, 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 almost like a bell being rung, except you can feel the vibrations through the stone underneath your feet. And as you kind of get to that point, that's when actually guards will stop you. Dwarves, wearing heavy suits of armor, every bit as decorative as they are functional. They will cross kind of like pole arms that have hammers on the ends. They kind of cross those in your path. That's far enough.
Quick question. These statues that we've been seeing periodically, like all over the place, do they all look similar to each other, or are they all different?
So they're definitely different from one another, but they look similar in the designs that they have, as far as like the way their beards are braided, or the style of armor or clothing that they have, and the style of weapons. It's obvious that they're all from Trollic, like this clan, this area. But they are
But they're
different
not
from one
all
another.
the same dwarf, or
Correct.
a few. They're okay.
Yeah. It's more like, like a Greek town would be, where the statues are all individualized of different gods and heroes. So these dwarves have just barred your path.
Yeah, so John's going to approach first, and he'll say, "Greetings and well met. I am Sir John, scion of House Lightenor in the Vykarilian realm of Kerwall. I seek an audience with the Queen, Dorthus, Orzamer."
She's not receiving visitors at the moment. She's busy.
"Is there some place where we might retire until she becomes available?
Cornwall might be nice.
That is unfortunately some distance away.
You don't say.
Is there some representative we might speak to? Perhaps the king?
They kind of like exchange a look with one another. The king's dead.
Dead. This
Aye.
is news to me, and I think also to many dwarves outside of Trolloc.
Well, he is the king of Trolloc. Who else should care?
How long past has the king died?
A few months ago now.
Months.
Aye.
And no one outside the city is aware?
He kind of shrugs. I'm not a crier. How would I know?
So John looks at everybody else with a really knowing look, like all of you know the glint in his eye. He senses a fight coming, and like you can see the look on his face is like, let's try to avoid this, but
Ari does a quick head count of how many guards are around to know how much she needs to hold Sir John back. How many guards are there?
Yeah, there's probably half a dozen within eyesight.
Okay.
So John kind of turns back to the guards and says, we come here on an errand of our own, but we also bring word from Queen Vingefrick with a message for her sister.
All right then. Out with your message. I'll deliver it.
We were told to deliver it to her personally.
Well, it's a shame.
It is a shame.
Neither one of them budges.
So you would deny not only a knight of the Vykarilian realm, but also a queen of the dwarves.
She's not my queen.
Clearly.
Doesn't seem to be your manners either.
That's
And you
rich.
you won't even send a message.
Sure, I'll send a
So
message.
you speak for your queen then?
No.
Well, you sound like you do, because you're not even letting her know that we're here to speak with her.
We were told she was not to be disturbed.
Hmm.
I wanna use my ability Know Thy Enemy. I'm gonna spend a PowerPoint or a plot point? PowerPoint?
Plot
What are
point.
these called?
Plot point.
Plot point. Yeah. To get a sense of these guards' like capabilities, relative strength to us.
Okay. They are heavily armored, and you are quite certain that they know how to use their weaponry. However, there's only half a dozen of them, and you know that with the four of you, that it would be no contest.
I want to intimidate these guys into backing off.
Okay. So let's build a dice pool and let's see how that works.
So it's gonna be, I think, prodigal heir to House Lightnor
Okay.
is my distinction that I'm going to be using. I'm a noble and I have noble bearing, so that's what I'm thinking there. Like I'm wielding my authority right now instead of wielding my sword.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
However, I am also going to be using my courage value. And I think my courtly etiquette specialty.
Okay.
So I'm really like, I'm puffing up my chest. I maybe like put my hand on the hilt of my sword and its scabbard just to demonstrate that this big, shiny, well-used sword is right here with me.
And that's specifically the talon of Lightnor, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's a symbol of my authority.
So
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
It's the symbol of my authority.
It's the very essence of my manliness.
Yes, well. Uh, and so yeah, I think you know what? I can do more than 3 things in a dice pool, right? I just have
Oh,
to
yeah.
do at least 3. Okay. Then I'm also going to
Yeah.
do the Talon of Foresight.
You don't even have to do 3 in a pool. It's just that's the most beneficial because then that would give you a total of 2 dice and an effect die.
Sure. Okay. Cool. Yeah, then I think I'm good with this dice pool, and I'll go ahead and
Okay.
roll.
Let's do it.
All right. Let's see. So
Let me know if
highest
you
I
get any
got,
ones.
yeah, I did get 1,
Okay.
and then the highest I got was a 10. That's what I know.
All right. The 10 total, or what was the total again?
So I mean, so remind me, I need to add up all my dice, or I just
No.
look for the single highest?
So you have to pick 2 that you'll add the
2.
numbers together on to form a total. And then a third die that you use just the size of the die as your effect die. But
Okay.
if it was a 1, you can't use that particular die for either of those things.
Okay. So then my total is going to be 12. I had a 10 and a 2, and I'm going to combine those, and my effect die is a D8.
Okay, absolutely. All right, so for this, I had just set a target number, essentially just a difficulty rating, if you will, and you absolutely handily beat that. I am going to activate your hitch,
Okay.
so you'll get a plot point back. And I'm going to create a complication in the scene. And I think what I'm going to do is going to be, I have to remember how to change the text on that. Oops. Oh, there it is going to be overheating, because it is incredibly hot down here. So I'm going to make that as a D6. And then I think I can adjust these to bring them together. Yeah, cool. Sorry, playing with your toys. All right. We've got an overheating complication at a D6. What that means is that for rolls where it is a complication for you as the player characters, I get to add a D6 to my dice pool where it makes sense because of the heat. So that'll be a thing going forward. However, you absolutely handily intimidate these guards into backing down. So, Eli, what does that look like?
I think so. I've got my hand on the sword here, and I say, I have not come through fire and danger to bandy words with a witless worm like you. Stand aside, or there will be consequences.
They kind of take a half step back. You can hear like their polearm hammers kind of like rattle together where they cross for just a second. You know what? That's fine. Go on through. She'll probably deal with you. Don't tell you I didn't tell you so.
I'm going to stand rooted exactly where I am, and I'm going to say, friends, lead the way, and wait until everybody passes me.
Oh, I'll totally go forward.
They kind of
Go.
stand aside, kind of like avoiding eye contact, looking down at the ground.
And then after everybody else goes through, I'll be the last one. And before I move, I look at the one who's been talking to me, and I'll say, next time, think twice before crossing me again. And then I cross over the threshold.
He doesn't say anything in reply but as Sir John leaves, we, the audience, see him kind of...
Snark is allowed.
Fantastic. Okay. So you move on from where they try to stop you, and you enter the cavern that contains what must be this fabled place, the Mithril Forge. It is a multi-layered room that has magma that is freely pouring from several fonts kind of scattered around this room. There is an enormous bronze statue of a dwarf that is standing with its arm extended outward, a hammer held at its length, and from it there appears to be, again, magma that just pours forth from the bottom of the head of this hammer into what looks like a altar, crucible, forge, maybe all kind of rolled into one, that is set at the top of this grandiose series of walkways and staircases that lead up to it. The one thing that you notice beyond the absolute madness of this place is that there are swords everywhere, just in piles, laying on the ground. Any flat surface is housing a pile of swords, and there seems to be one individual in this room, and that individual is down at that platform at the base of where the magma is pouring onto this altar forge area. And every so often, that hammer will drop downwards, and there will be a loud, resonating clang as it slams home, and you'll feel a renewed burst of heat that kind of like washes out over you seconds after.
God, I thought it was hot out there. It's worse. God, it's worse.
It is hot out there.
Nigh unbearable.
Is there some way to get her attention?
Sure. If you wanted, you could
excuse
head down there,
me!
or you could head to the edge of the clearing and call out, as Dane has just done. I'm assuming Dane waits, between like clangs of this giant hammer. You'll see this figure, distant, kind of turn and look in your direction, kind of shakes her head and goes back to what she's doing.
Is there a way to get down to her?
Definitely. Yeah, if you go over, there's like a staircase that kind of leads down from the level, because you're kind of on the level of the statue's shoulders, if you will. That's kind of like the height that you're at. So the majority of this room is down kind of below you. So you would have to like descend down, cross this crazy like magma lake with all of these like walkways and stairs, and then make your way up to this altar where she is. It's not quick, but it would get you there.
Yeah, I think Sir John would. If it's the most direct path down there, I think Sir John would go for it.
All right. This is a closer image of the forge altar where she is currently. So it's not an overly large platform. It's probably, I don't know, 80 foot to a side, give or take. Okay. So you head down to where she is. And as you get close enough to kind of like call out, you can see Dorthos Orzameyer. You see she is working this forge, and every time that the drop hammer or the hammer drops and a blade emerges, she moves her hands, pulling this white hot metal out of its mold without touching it, all with telekinesis. She seems to be using magic to kind of move the elements in and out of place. But you also notice that this forge has been set up in a way that looks strange, and it takes you a moment to realize that what has been put in place there to use as a mold looks very similar to the mold for the tourney that you saw at the king's funeral just a couple of days ago. And it looks like it's kind of been like forced in place, if it makes sense. Like it doesn't belong as a part of this process, and that's very obvious to you. But it is what she is using repeatedly. And as you approach, she kind of shakes her head. I don't have time. I told them I was not to be disturbed. I have nothing to say to you. I don't care why you've come. You're only going to slow me down.
Queen Dorthus, we bring news from your sister, Queen Vingefrick.
Vingefrick. What news does she have? Say it, be damned.
Your father has died. His funeral was last night. She is disappointed that you did not attend.
There's a moment where she kind of like falters, but she doesn't turn her attention away from her task. And then the moment passes and she resumes. Well, he was old. It was destined to happen, wasn't it? She probably killed him. She's wanted that crown for herself for as long as I can remember. She's jealous is what it is.
And are
Always
you
has been.
crafting a tourney of your own to memorialize him?
Tourney for me? No. No. No, I'm making an army.
An army for what purpose?
War is coming. We've got to be prepared.
You're right. We have seen it in the lands beyond the Dwarven realm.
Are you here to make war?
No,
I'm not
we
ready.
are here to end it.
End war? What side are you fighting on?
The side of peace.
You would have what? The humans and the dwarves, and the elves and the orcs. She kind of looks at Ariana and Tord, all playing along together.
Of the alliance you mock, only dwarves have yet to join it.
We always have been the only ones who have had any sense.
What side are you on?
The side that knows that what the humans have been doing for ages isn't working, and there's a reason. They talk about being nice and making friends, but all the while they've got a dagger hidden behind their back. The elves are no better. The orcs, they don't even bother to hide the damn knife.
So you think that the war that's coming is between us? And I kind of make a circular, because I mean, hey, we encompass everybody.
The war that's happening is between the old ways and the new. The humans and the kingdom that they've built here, with its false gilded edges, its veneer, it's being pulled away to show what's really on the inside. We're going to make certain that the old ways are here to stay forever. No more persecution. No more burning. No more hanging.
I don't know that she speaks it, but I will respond to her in ancient Vykarilian. Yes, the old ways will be protected.
She doesn't seem to understand exactly what you have said.
Fair
She
enough.
does not respond to it.
So John speaks up at this point and says, "You say we, but I only see you here in the forge."
Aye. This is my task, making this army. For me and my other sisters.
Do we know anything about this family having more than 2 daughters?
It does
You do not.
Huh.
But we know of other sisters that have joined
We-
in.
We sure do.
There is
We've
a certain
created
coven that you
fewer of them.
have come across
Uh-huh.
once or twice.
Uh-huh.
Or it just cracks her knuckles, Get ready.
I thought we had already seen the Witch of War.
The Witch of War. That was you.
And the
yes.
others.
And you're the ones I've been warned about.
I really wish you hadn't said that.
Well, I've been waiting for a while now. I'm glad you're here.
Jeremy, I'd like to use my ability to start encasing the entire scene in shadow and removing all light,
All right.
magical darkness.
Let's roll initiative.
Okay, how do you do that in this game?
That's a great question. I'm going to ask the person who knows. Oh, wait. That's this idiot.
I've got the rules. Oh, awesome.
I have my document here. Initiative. Did I write down how we're doing initiative?
You did. You're so smart. I know you did.
That's bold of you to assume.
I hold you in high value.
I hold you in high value too. Thank you.
Thanks, but I still don't know initiative.
Apparently, that's not part of being a high valued thing or person. I don't
How about
see
we
it
just say I go
in my
first?
rules. Well, Modesty wins out, huh? All right. I think you build dice pools. I'm going to say that because that's how most everything else works in this system. Initiative, page 99. Let's see. I don't even know if that's actually a mod that we're using or not. I'm sure we've done it before. I just don't remember how we did it.
Choose
All
a
right.
leader. Roll dice. Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like, yeah, you just build a dice pool and we roll off, and it's essentially whoever goes highest goes first. So it's whoever rolls higher than the people involved in the conflict. So I'm gonna have to build a dice pool for her as well. Oh! I have things. Ooh! I gotta pee. Dorthos. Boom. Dorthos Orzameyer. She has 4 10-sided boss dice. She has a 12-sided die for an ability called Surrounded by Steel, a 10-sided die called Queen Regent, an 8-sided die called Sakawita's Coven, and then a special effects called Two Arms.
More like Sakawita's oven, am I right?
Hoda. All right.
Am I nuts, or was the way we were doing initiative originally that we had the static trait and you rolled that die? I don't remember rolling a pool of dice.
Maybe?
That's the third option it gives. I don't remember.
Maybe.
Well, Eli, this is on you, buddy, because
it's
you got to
been
be
a
our strategic
while
leader.
since we played, so I'm kind of winging it at this point. All right, let's see what we got here. Cool. I have a 1 on one of my dice, which means that you can choose to activate it if you'd like and create an asset, I believe. But in doing so, you have to spend a plot point? Question mark? Okay. So let's figure out how this is going to play out here. Karen, what you got as far as your total?
So for initiative, I've got a 14 with an effect die of D10, if that.
Okay. Yeah, we can use that to like break ties or whatever, probably. Baron is away, so Eli, what you got?
I haven't rolled yet. Let me just do that real quick.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Steve, what you got?
And I'm sorry, how are we building this? We're doing it the same as any other roll?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Just how it kind of makes sense
You can only use 2 to max out your total.
To make your total, right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I can give you mine.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Total of 16. Effect die is a D10.
D10, okay. Lots of D10s.
Gonna be a 5 for me.
Ooh.
Effect die is D8, and I did roll a 1.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to activate that one.
I do think I want to activate the one that Dorthos rolled, though.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I can create an asset.
And that's like a kind of a statement that has bearing in the same way that overheating is working? Or
it is kind of the opposite of a complication. It is something that you can activate in a scene in order to add that die to your die pool, and it's anybody. So it's a kind of a universal.
Cool. The asset I want to add is that the Coven fears us by now.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, they's are.
All right. And then that is created, I think it is as a D6 as well. So I'm gonna grab this and move it in place. Okay. And then Steve, you got yours?
Yeah, I also have a 16 with a effect die of 10.
Okay, interesting.
I'll just let Tor go first.
Fair enough. All right, so we've got Tord, Dane, Dorthos, Ari got a 14, right? Okay. And then Sir John. All right, Sir Tord, you're up first.
I'm gonna try and hit her. I run forward, brandishing sword, and God damn it, I'm gonna hit the queen. This is terrible. This is diplomacy at its worst. Oh fuck.
This is called hard-hitting diplomacy.
Anybody else want to negotiate?
I don't know what to do. Oh
Uh-oh.
no.
You don't have to do anything if you don't want to.
I'm gonna charge. I don't know how far away I am from her.
Close enough.
I'm going to try and restrain her.
Okay. You're gonna charge in and try to basically just hold her down.
Like big old grappling hug.
Okay. So let's go ahead and build a dice pool out of that.
All right.
So you got distinction.
Distinction is my body as a shield.
Perfect. Okay. Yep.
Values courage. I'm gonna use my role as a warrior.
Okay.
All right. Total of 10 with a D8 effect die. Actually, no. I'm gonna do that differently. I'm gonna do total of 10 with a D10 effect die. I rolled 2 7. I might as well use.
Okay. She is going to
the higher effect die.
All right. Let's see what she's got here. Ooh. Okay. What did you have total? Again?
Total of 10.
Oof, okay. So, she bested you with a 19. So what that looks like is as you charge in toward to try to grab a hold of her, she is going to activate her special effects 2 arms. When attacking or defending, Dorthos may step down her surrounded by steel. So it'll go from a D12 down to now a D10. To create a barrier of blades complication equal to the effect die from her roll, which would be a D10. So I'm going to explain what all that means here in just a second. Okay. Got a barrier of blades at a D10. You go charging forward, and the moment that you get within a few strides of her, she reflectively like puts up a hand, and as she does so, like half a dozen swords leap up from the piles and the places where they are kind of scattered around and begin to like move through the air, making like dangerous cuts and stabs at you as you make your way closer to her. And as you get close to her, I am going to give you a plot point. And I need you to make a defense against her barrier of blades plus a d8. So I'm going to roll those. You make a defensive roll against the swirling blades that are now kind of encompassing you. Tell me what that's going to be, and then roll it up.
That's just me building a dice pool.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm in danger. And I add a d8, you said?
No, she is going to.
Ah, brutal.
I have a clarifying question here. So overheating is a complication that you can call on multiple times, right?
Correct, yes.
Is They Scared also an asset that we can call on multiple times, or is it like we use it once and then it's gone?
No,
okay.
It is for the scene.
Cool.
Is there any repercussions for calling on that, or is it just cost a plot point?
No, I don't think you actually have to spend a plot point to call on a complication or an asset for you.
Let's call on that.
Okay, so you'll get to add a d6 to your roll as well.
Cool. They scared.
Again, it doesn't necessarily add into the total unless that's the one that. Okay.
I just want high numbers.
Yeah, absolutely understood.
Okay. I think we know ones. That's plus. But I did roll low on a lot of these. All right, we're looking at a total of 14, and effect die is a d8.
Okay, interesting. She also got a 14, but her effect die is only a d6. So, I think what that means is that you managed to avoid getting shredded by these swords that are now flying through the air all around you. However, it did prevent you from being able to actually get around behind her and grab a hold of her. It gave her enough time to basically step away and put distance between you.
I think it looks like I charge, and in my attempt, I almost imagine almost a solid column of swords. You said a dozen, but I just blast with swords from beneath me, and it's everything I can do to keep them from impaling me by putting my shield between them. And I probably not mechanically, but I would imagine it pushes me kind of out of the way so my companions can do their things.
Yeah, there's just this sudden showering of sparks as all of these swords slam into towards Shield and possibly even his armor. Okay, Dane, you're up.
Okay, so in my haste, I was going to drown everybody in darkness. But now that there are flying swords everywhere, maybe not the best idea. So I would like to turn my focus to this mold.
Okay.
That she's trying to make all of these swords, and now she's not feeding any material into it currently. So that means that this hammer is coming down and striking essentially an empty mold. Is that right?
So it looks like the way that this forge works is that that magma stream that was kind of pouring down from the hammer, that pours down, fills whatever mold is there, then the hammer strikes, kind of setting it, if you will, and then it continues. So it looks like the smelting happens upstream, if you will, kind of upstairs.
Right, but she's not there to pull the swords out or to. So like, is it just starting to overflow, or is like the whole thing completely automated?
Oh, I
Like
see what you're
even without
saying.
her.
Yeah. So yeah, it seems like, you know, the forge has been operated by her, so it doesn't look like it's just automated to do its thing when nobody is like currently operating it, which she has been doing telekinetically, but is
Right.
not doing it currently. So like, there's, you know, a sword inside the mold waiting to be, you know, finalized or what have you.
Right. Okay. And all right. Well, I said I wanted to find a way to do this without having to necessarily kill her sister. Uh, so while the kerfluffle is going on around me, Dane will stop and take his pack off and start rummaging through his pack. Um, and I think in this scene we start to see this steam rise off of Dane as quite literally the washing woman's water is being boiled out of him. Um, so in this moment, what I would like to do is I have the uh, weeping wound, something you gave me, I don't know, 3 sessions ago.
Okay.
You know, sub 6.5 years. But it says I can spend a plot point to do something good in a moment of stress, or the DM can activate it to reduce my warrior die to a D4, and I would get a plot point. So I would like to spend the plot point now to basically create a one-shot asset at the D8 for someone to be able to use in their die roll. And the way that would look is as Dane is rummaging through this pack, trying to find what he's looking for. This weeping wound, the flecks of rust coming off of him, and the water literally being boiled out of him are coalescing into this almost gel-like substance that, you know, I don't know, pick what you want to use it for. I mean, I could see it healing somebody because of what Dane does, or being used to do something else. Dane's BS, that's right.
Oh, no, I'm gonna come up with a better name here in a second.
That's all right. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing. But I'm specifically looking for a couple of things in my pack, and I'm going to sort of passively let that weeping wound create that
Okay.
that asset.
Absolutely. So let's just call it Weeping Wound.
Somehow it's not any better.
Oi.
Gross.
We'll figure out how to do this at some point. Year 10. Okay, we got a Weeping Wound at a D8. Stays scared at a D6. Barrier Blaze at a D10. Overheating at D6. Okay. We're engaging with the mechanics. Look! Look, Ma! No hands! Cool. Alright, Dane. You have now set yourself up for creating this shenanigan that's going to subvert this mold process that's going on. The moment that it becomes clear that you are intending on messing with this mold at all, Dorthos is not very pleased with you. And she is going to turn the full force of more of these levitating swords as she kind of rises up with her hand, causing them to levitate up and fly at you in a a full-blown assault. So she is going to attack you, Dane. The D10s. And surrounded by steel, she's going to use as well. Ooh, okay. Got another 1 if anybody feels spicy and wants to activate a another asset or increase the they scared asset or the weeping wound asset.
I would love to. I'll spend a plot point to up these scared.
Okay.
Yeah, let's make that an 8.
Change that from a D. Oh, go ahead.
We can also decrease a complication, right? Is that one of the things?
Yes, I think so.
Maybe we decrease the barrier blades.
I'm good with that.
Let's decrease barrier blades.
Okay. Describe how her attack is diminishing that that complication, if you would, please.
I think what happens is one of like the swords, these I'm going to imagine like they're super hot swords are like they interact with Dane's moisture, I guess, that he's putting out in the air.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Comes out
His
wrong.
dampness.
His dampness. And basically what happens is because of the overheated metal is touching this cold water and is like cracks some of the blades and they kind of break and shatter, diminishing.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and there's that kind of like that god-awful noise that metal makes, like when it snaps. It's kind of like a screech almost. Okay, so Dane, did you build a defensive roll? Did you?
I have built a defensive roll.
Okay, cool.
Do you want to know what I'm using, or you just want me to roll?
If you want to walk us through it, I would love to hear it.
All right, so I am. I'm using. So my distinction D8 is the Hand of Camagel. Which sort of reads as I may be a knight, but I'm still a kid. But courage is my other D8.
Okay.
And then I'm spending a plot point to be able to use my warrior die and my witch die.
Okay. Hell yeah.
And I will produce Camagel, which will be my third D10.
Excellent.
So I'm rolling a shit ton of dice.
You still have the sword like in you.
Yeah. Uncomfortable.
Nice.
All right. Oh, no ones. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So my total will be 20 and my effect die will be a D10.
She also got a 20 with a D10 effect die.
Yeah, mate.
Okay.
How it works.
Yeah, I don't either. But I always round in the party's favor, so we're gonna say that Dane comes out on top on this one.
Yeah, and I think it's rummaging through the bag, and then in that flash, as his hand comes up, like you see Camagel just apparate into his hand, and I think we see in his other hand there's a chunk of wood and a chunk of metal that he was pulling out of his bag because he's insane.
All right,
and
perfect.
Yeah, so batting these things away.
Absolutely. And though there is an inundation of these blades flying in to try to do Dane harm, he manages to escape injury for the moment. All right. Excellent. Ariana, your turn.
So I'm going to aid toward basically like towards attacked her. I'm going to attack her as well. Yeah. No holds barred. We're going after this sister. This coven sister. We don't like that so much. So we're going to go right after her. I don't know how you want. I'm basically just charging, closing the distance, bringing out the sword, gonna hit her with
Okay.
my limbs and swords and stuff. All
Absolutely.
the body parts.
Build me a dice pool.
Okay, so we're gonna use the pommel of Camagel, courage, which is a d6, my warrior die with my blade, and then my body is a weapon as the last. I'll let somebody else. I'll save the weeping wound for somebody else to use because that's a lot of dice already I got. And I'm going to roll this.
All right, please do.
I think I want to do the one where I have sorry, plot points. We can spend plot points to do things. No. After a roll, spend a plot point if you wanted it. Okay, so it's after the roll. Okay. I did get 1-1. And that's not
Ooh, okay.
numbers. So I am going to use a plot point after my roll to what's it say? To include more results. So spend a plot point to add another die to my total. So using 3
Okay.
instead of 2.
Sure.
Okay. So that is going to be a total of 16 with an effect die of D10.
What the hell? Okay. So I got 2 8s, total of 16, with a D10 effect die as well.
Okay.
I did roll a 1, however,
Okay.
so if anybody wants to cash in a plot point, they may do so. Just let me know what you want to spend it on. But it is a tie again. And again, I rule in the party's favor, so I think Ari's attack gets through. You had a D10?
Yes, I did. A D10.
Okay.
D10 effect die.
So you can actually decrease one of her D10s entirely.
Yes, let's do that.
So one of her D10 boss dice is gone because your effect die matched or exceeded the die size of her boss dice. Okay. So you succeed, but like barely you manage to like bypass her defenses, Ari. What does that look like?
So I think she's focused so much time, like she dodged kind of towards blow by starting the barrier of blades, but then she just kind of focused all of those on Dane, and Ari used that opening to get in, and I think maybe there was like a kick to the leg as she's slicing with the sword at the same time, and so one of those landed, throwing her, like the kick landed, throwing her off guard so that the sword could actually injure her slightly.
Make contact, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. I am going to go ahead and activate her special effects again. So she is going to step down her surrounded by steel again. So that is now a D8. In order to create or step up the barrier of blades complication. So that is now going to go to a D10 again. As she summons more of these blades up around her. In addition, because you did attack her melee, I need you to build and roll a defensive roll, please. You'll roll Barrier of blades and just going to use overheating as well.
Barrier. Basically kind of the same pool, I guess, that I've got.
Mhm.
But instead of body as a weapon, I'll be using swift-footed, so kind of like more of a
Okay.
dodgy thing.
Yeah, that makes
Okay.
total sense.
No ones,
Okay.
so we're good there. My rolls are pretty not so big. So that'll be a 9 with an effect die of a 10.
Okay. So she got a 15
Yeah.
with no effect die. So what this means is you actually suffer the barrier of blades die as physical stress. So you take
Ow!
a D10 physical stress. So
D10.
though Ari managed to get in and deal this significant blow to Dorthos, doing so, you opened yourself up to a lot of these swords that are flying around everywhere, and they just, they just cut you to ribbons.
Into me.
Yeah.
So if I get to a D12 stress, if I go over that, I'm like out. Is that correct?
Correct. If you are at a D12 and then you take more, then you are taken out of the scene. There's ways to avoid being taken out of a scene, like spending a plot point. But if you spend a plot point, you can stay in the scene, but you take like a longer. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Basically, a wound that lasts longer. It costs you longer to recover from it.
Okay, well that's pretty much an option. I'm at a D10 already, so ooh,
Yeah, that was a hard hit.
that was.
And there's a lot of swords that are flying around. She's constantly like pulling these up around her. It's, even at points it's difficult to actually like find an opening to get through to her. Okay, that was Ariana. John, it is your turn.
Okay, so I see my companions rushing into battle here and suffering from all these swords, but I also see that the swords have been compromised by Serdane's magic and the kind of water that creates and stuff. So I have my shield in one hand and I have my sword in the other, and I'm charging into battle not to attack the queen, but to attack all these blades around her and smash as many of them as I can at every opportunity. And so
Okay.
for my dice pool, I'm going to do the point of Camagel as my distinction, but I'm going to use the hawkish eagle hindrance thing so that I can gain so that I can gain a plot point for that. And then I'll swap out the D8 for a D4. And then let's see here. I've got my warrior D10. I've got the point or the talent of foresight D8. And what was the D6 I picked up? I think I have the mighty valor ability, and I'm not actually going to like spend a plot point to do that, but I am going to use my strength in this because I'm just charging forward and like I'm kind of almost turning my back to the queen and focusing entirely on the swords, specifically the ones that are attacking my friends, to try and draw that off of them.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll that up and see what we get.
Hey, no ones. That's great news. So I got an 11 and my effect die is D8.
Okay. I rolled her 3d10 as well as the barrier of blades and the overheating. She got a total of 13.
Okay.
With an effect die of a d10, but she rolled 2 1s. So if somebody wants, they can cash in on either one of those. If you wanted to, you could spend 2 plot points and cash in both of them. And we can mess with assets and complications if you would like.
Can you remind me what the Weeping Wound one is? That's something that's going
That
on.
is
Dane,
that is the
right?
one that Dane opened up with his magic interfering with the forge.
Okay. I think I want to. Yeah, I want to spend a plot point and boost that one.
Okay. Absolutely.
And I think like smashing all these swords, I don't manage to get like I'm imagining there are maybe hundreds of swords in this
Yes.
room.
Absolutely.
And so I am like smashing them, and as that's happening, it's almost like the 2 or 3 that I managed to smash, each one of them, the shards like fall to the ground, and the forge you can see is sort of like reverberating with the impact of those swords.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think
Hell yeah.
I would like to spend another plot point for the other one and
Okay.
decrease her barrier of blades
Okay.
complication.
Absolutely. We've got complications. The barrier of blades becomes a D8 again. Okay. Again, blades are clashing around, shattering, falling off the sides, landing in the magma. This is absolute chaos. These things are flying every which direction. Just about the time that you think you kind of get the read on where, a certain number of these things are, all of a sudden there's an entirely new batch of them that seems to come from nowhere. Above you, below you, it's absolute mayhem in here. These blades being wielded all telekinetically by Dorthos. Okay, that's the top or the bottom of the first round. So we're back to round 2 with Tord. Baron. There you go. You're up.
I'm still.
Yep.
So
Appreciate you hanging out, man. Thank you. I know it's late. We'll get there.
I wanted to use one of my plot points to drop barrier of blades down another one, so it'd be at a D6.
So yeah, they were able to do that because I rolled 1s.
Gotcha.
But they have used both of those, so those are expended for that particular roll.
Then I would like to. I guess I'm just gonna try and attack her again.
Yep, absolutely. And I know that the tactics are largely the same, so we don't have to walk through the building of the dice pool every turn.
Sure.
Just if you'll just give me the results, I can get things moving at a quicker pace here. So
Total of what are you saying?
I was gonna say use the wound if it'll help you. Because it's a D10.
I was gonna use a D10, so I have a total of 13 with D10 effect die.
D10 effect die 13, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good lord. I got another 1, so if you still wanted to spend that plot point, you could do so.
Could I do it for something other than dropping one of her things?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, you can increase an asset. You can create a new asset if you'd like.
Assets are just dice we can add to the pool.
Mm-hmm.
I will increase our Weeping Wound asset. Can I take it to a D12?
Yeah, absolutely. It maxes out at a D12. So that is a max asset. Okay. That is still on the board. You said that was a 1 and done, Steve, right? Like once it's used, it goes away? Weeping Wound?
That is my understanding of creating assets
Okay.
based off of abilities. Is there one and done?
Is it
Yeah,
is it
that
once
might
or
be
just
true.
one scene?
So the way it reads, and I've read every power in the book that does that. It says it creates a temporary asset.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's temporary as in the idea of it's temporary for one scene or it's temporary for one use. My brain says it's one use.
Yeah.
So
Get a good hit. Fucking use it.
kind of it.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. All right. So it is now. I would think that at this point, like there is like boiling like steam and like like spattering water and magma like at the forge. Like whatever Dane is like conjuring is building with pressure at this mold, and there is definitely something going on over there. It's about to pop.
Did she
Okay.
roll higher than me?
What did you get again? 13?
13, yeah.
She did. Yeah, she got a 15. Okay. Okay, let's we're gonna do the same thing again. She's activating her special effect.
Does she go before me?
She does not. But this is in response to being attacked.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, when attacking or defending, she may step down her surrounded by steel. So it's going to go from a D8 down to a D6 now. To step up the barrier of blades complication. Back up to a D10. As again, just more and more of these swords join the fray here. In addition, Tord, because you have moved in to attack her in melee, I need you to roll a defensive dice pool, please. She is going to roll her Barrier of the Blades die.
I did roll a 1 this time,
Okay.
but total of 14, effect die 10.
Okay. I have to give you a plot point in order to utilize this particular reaction that she's using. What did you say you got again? Sorry.
Total of 14, and effect die was 10.
Okay, so she only got a 12. So once again, with your shield and armor, like playing defense, you managed to keep these things from causing anything more than just superficial wounds, or more than that, probably just kind of tiring you out, wearing you down.
So I actually swapped my courage die for my wisdom die, because I have learned the tactics a little more. I've understood the opponent a little better.
Yeah, absolutely. You figured out the pattern to her attacks now. You got the timing of the A button down. Okay. So that was in response to Tord's turn. Dane, it is your turn.
Okay, the very first thing I'd like to do is use use a plot point to go ahead and step down Ariana's injury by 2 dice codes. Or I'm sorry, my ability stepped her down by 2 dice codes. So my plot point is going to give her a free D10 to use in a defense roll. And that is part of my healing magic.
Hell yeah. Okay. And that's what does that look like?
So I think what we see is all this steam rising off of Dane and the water literally leaking out of him, and like the rust on him like almost turning to sludge in this sweat, and it dripping to the ground. And as it does, there's a certain puddle that gets that golden hue to it and starts to snake across the ground through these cracks in the stone, and then just climbs up her, and it starts to You know that Japanese art technique where they break cups and then they fill it back in with gold
Mm-hmm.
and that holds them together? That's what it started like. You start seeing that in her wounds where it's like filling in that gold, and so she looks striped for a little bit as it tries to heal her. And then uh uh all right. Well, get ready to punish me, Jeremy. I am going to take my hand that is currently holding Camagel, put the metal blank and the wood into it, and then I'm going to jam my hand into the crucible before the hammer comes down to strike it to smash that wood, steel, and Camagel all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interessante. All right. Let's see. Okay. Dane rushes this forge altar and thrusts these ingredients and hand and rusted sword hilt into this mold, into this forge. Immediately, Dane, you feel the extreme heat from the magma that is molten in here. And what follows before the hammer fall is pain. You feel your nerves being burned away as this magma consumes your flesh and your bones. Then the hammer falls. There is a very strange noise. Not the ringing of this hammer fall that you've come to expect occasionally in this forge, but there is a scream that emits from Dane, but not in Dane's voice. Dane, you might be the only one who recognizes the voice that actually screams, because it is actually the voice of Camagel. Blindness overtakes you. Pain just washes out your vision, and you are transported for a moment. And I think for just a second, time stretches. You find yourself standing on the shore of a lake, looking across at Malrich, the capital, burning. It is entirely engulfed in flames. Where you stand on the shore of this lake, looking out at the reflection of this city burning, ash kind of falling onto the water all around you, a familiar voice calls from beside you, and you turn and see once again the washing woman. Well, It seems as though we are at a bit of a crossroads.
I don't understand.
A new sword is being forged, Dane.
Mm-hmm. Not entirely. There's still other steps.
There are, but the last many weeks, you and I have traveled together. This moment that we find ourselves in now, this crossroads that I refer to, are you binding yourself to me forever? Or do you intend to let me go?
I intend to do whatever is necessary to ensure there's a tomorrow, and a tomorrow, and a tomorrow, and that this, and I point across at Marge, doesn't keep happening. And if that means that I'm yours for a day or for an eternity, there has to be a happy ending.
So you would ask that I wield you the same as you would wield the Sword of Kings?
If that's what gets my friends the happily ever after, then yes.
So be it. We will remain as one until your time on this earth is done. And when that moment happens, and you leave this mortal coil behind, you will become a part of me. You will no longer be Dane. You will become one of many who have become Camagel.
And that means that Vykaril, that the world, that my friends stand a chance, right?
We were once many who were righteous, who upheld the ways of the good, the just, those who sought peace. Those who have given themselves through sacrifice to make Vykaril meet its potential, ushered it into its gilded age, made it a kingdom worthy of a man like Mathuran Gabrain. I think you are one such person, and that is why you were chosen. If you uphold these virtues, it makes you the exact kind of person that Vykaril needs. But what I ask of you is, in this moment, if you choose this path, when you die, your soul will not go on to rest. You will become a part of us.
Hey, that just means I'm around for the next kid that finds a sword in a pond.
She nods.
Okay.
Very well.
Oh, just send me back so I can help them.
Certainly. After you help me. And she hands you like a sodded like wad of clothing.
I think completely out of more habit than anything else, Dane does that like exasperated kid thing of like, ugh, before like he drops to his knees and starts to like scrub, this garment in the water.
In the moment that you do, you find yourself back here in the present, in the forge. You pull your hand from this mold after this hammer has struck downward. You have like this rust on your arm. This flaking. Well, at a certain point, that gives way to like what once was like molten steel, like liquidy, down into a shape that isn't really reminiscent of a hand anymore, because it literally just turns into a sword.
This is gonna make eating really difficult.
Dorthos screams out a "No! What have you done?" You've ruined everything. She's going to be furious. Okay. It is Dorthos' turn. Dane. She's coming for you, boy.
Yeah, somehow
Right. Okay, so I need
could
you
have stepped up my own defense.
to build a defensive pool, please.
Mm. Come on, dice, don't kill me now. Okay. 19 effect die 10.
Okay. Pretty healthy. Only got a 14. All right. So she comes at you with everything she's got. Like, she literally stops the swords that are kind of like fighting in the periphery of this battle, and like all of them like focus towards you and like fly in your direction as she just like open mouth agape just screams with her fingers kind of like pointed in your direction. How do you avoid getting hurt by these things?
So I think that my reaction is to do the like cover your, like you don't want your face being stabbed to death. And I think as the sword hand comes up, instead of like, locking into that position, it starts almost flowing like a body of water, and it is just wiping these swords, like literally just washing them out from in front of Dane as he's, like a kid cowering behind his hand, like almost in that like if I can't see you, you can't see me type of moment. And he is shrilly screaming, help, Ari, help, Toward, help, Sir John, help, like as he is just batching these swords away.
All right. Ariana, it is your turn.
Okay, I have a quick question. That you said I could use my stress die for defense only. Is that how that?
No,
me?
no.
Yeah, it was Steve.
Sorry.
Steve did a thing.
It steps your stress. So you were a D10, so it sets it down to a D6,
Oh, okay.
which is like healing, and then it gives you a free D10 to use in any defense.
As a defense. Okay. Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Cool. Okay. So I am going to use this opening we have with her mad and going after Dane to. I'm going to attack her. I'm going to attack her. I'm going to try to
Okay.
hurt her hard. Okay, let's see what I can do. Look at that. Set that. Courage. Warrior die. Everything keeps changing. Warrior blades. I would like to use. I'm wondering if you'll allow this to let me use my relationship die for Sir Dane as part of this attack roll, because I fear for his life at this moment. He has just done something really reckless. He just smashed his hand, and now she's attacking him. So I'd like to be able to use that die to help. Okay, awesome.
Absolutely what it's there for.
Perfect. Yeah, is that enough? Will somebody use the weeping wound, or
Nobody's used it yet.
No, this is good enough. I'll let whoever's next use the weeping wound and just like enter or whatever. So
Okay.
I will use this. Oh, that's low rolls. Okay, so there I do have a 1.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going to actually step up the complication of overheating to a D8.
Okay, so I get a plot point for that, right? Yes.
Yes, because I activated your hitch.
Perfect. I was running low. Okay. Okay. So that is going to. I want to make sure I hurt her. So what can I do?
You got the weeping wound.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what I can do. Okay, so I was using my body as a weapon. I'm going to, because of that, I am going to use a plot point to channel my key into this blow, making it even more powerful, stepping up my effect die for this.
Okay.
So what this means is I have a total of 17 with an effect die of a D10.
Okay. She only got a 14 on her defense.
Yes.
And because your effect die is a D10, that means another one of her boss dice are completely eradicated.
Good. Yes, I'm all about slicing and dicing this woman and punching her in the face.
Okay. In addition, the overheating explanation is that all of the swords and the water from Dane that is like splashing over from this forge is causing fractures and things to appear in the stone and the forge itself, and this magma that kind of surrounds you on this platform is starting to agitate. There are like geysers and like large fonts that are like splashing upwards now. Okay. Sir John, it is your turn.
All right, I think order of business for me is still taking care of all these swords around here, and I've got a big
Okay.
fat dice pool that I'm going to be rolling for that. So here we go. Okay, I did get a 1,
Okay.
and I think it's gonna be...
I'm going to give you a plot point and step up overheating again.
It's gonna be 18 with an effect die of D10.
18. Effect die of D10. Ooh, I also got a 1. Okay, 18 to my 11 will definitely prevail. So, let me very quickly... It's a duplicate. Have to get overheating up to D10. Okay.
Is it like really bad if that overheating gets to a D12 and then goes another one in the same way that stress works?
No, because it maxes
Okay.
at a D10.
Okay.
It's
good.
just
Great.
It just. I'm sorry. It maxes at a D12.
Got it.
But it just gets added to her dice pools essentially.
Okay.
Okay. So you came in and attacked the barrier of blades in particular. Okay, this is still effectively hurting her. It's basically not really damage to her, but it works towards taking her out of the scene, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what was your effect die again?
D10.
D10. Okay, so that is high enough to eradicate another one of her boss dice.
Cool.
So she has one boss die remaining as we head into round 3 with Sir Tord. You're muted, Baron. Sorry.
I'm just going to use the Sweeping Wound for my effect die.
Okay, sure.
And with my roll, I rolled a 17.
17, okay. She's only got one D10 in her boss dice remaining. Her Surrounded by Steel is currently a D6. She is going to use the D10 from overheating, but I think that's really all she's got currently. Okay. What was your total again?
Total of 17.
Okay. Absolutely bypasses. And your effect die?
The D12.
Okay. So, Tord, what does it look like as you defeat Dorthos, the Witch of Swords?
So I think there is a kind of like fusion of my power with Dane's as like the light from his magic that was affecting her, these weeping wounds. The cracked blade of Adring, the splintering sword that I've been wielding, light kind of shimmers between those cracks, and as it makes contact with the magic of Sir Dane here, we get like a pseudo divine smite where it just kind of like short circuits with divine energy. I'm probably repelled backwards. She's probably repelled backwards. Anybody who's close to us was repelled backwards. We all kind of like scuff off the ground. My intent was not to kill her, but to...
Okay, that was my question.
I don't know anything about this lady other than she's the sister of this other person, and they hadn't talked in some time, but I don't know. I can't assume she's pure evil like everyone else in this coven. So, non-lethal?
Okay. Blast her with this, influx of divinely fueled good memories or something, kind of like flooding her with, a Care Bear stare type
No, she just got the equivalent of like a divine airbag.
Okay, perfect.
This isn't gentle. This isn't like, oh, here's the error your way. It's like, you fucked up.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, there's this resounding like thunderclap, almost from towards Strike, and both of them are taken off of their feet. The moment that Dorthos hits the ground, she kind of slides, a short distance between this this slick stone from the constant like water and fire, before she kind of comes to a stop, breathing but not really conscious. And as she is knocked unconscious, there is just this tremendous clattering that surrounds all of you as at once thousands of these swords literally fall out of the sky, out of the air, to become inert once more. I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session. You have beaten the Witch of Swords.
Goddamn.
Another notch in your belt. Okay.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Awesome. Like I said, I was really, really looking forward to this combat in particular. I was very happy with how it kind of turned out, and didn't seem to give you as much of a challenge as I was hoping, but it's all right. We'll get there. But I had a lot of fun tonight. I'm really, really glad that we managed to finally get back together and actually put one in the books. Session 50, that is a massive milestone. So yeah, I'm super, super thrilled. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can once again kind of touch on anything that they would like to before we're going to call it an evening. So we'll start in reverse order with Steve.
Well, so I'm assuming that this scene was originally intended for Eddard, so that he'd be Eddard's swords hands or something along those lines. But no, dude, I have missed playing with you guys so much. Like it's so interesting to have had such a long pause and then for everybody to just be able to like within a few moments like step back in, right? Like it's the very beginning. You're like, so what are you guys thinking? And all of us are like, we don't know at all. But then of course, Baron kicked us off. But yeah, dude, I love this game. And it was a very good combat, Jeremy. Like it was tense. Like there was a real like I know you said that we didn't suffer like much difficulty, but like I actually was worried that one of us was going to like be KO'd easily. Like especially when Karen was like, and I'm one shot within one step of my health. I was like, oh, okay. Bad news bears. But yeah, love playing, glad to have done it. Looking forward to next time.
Yeah, man. Same. I've missed this game a lot. Being able to pick it back up was fantastic. It was really good. I needed this today very much so. I had a pretty rough week, and today was not great. So this was a really nice way to kick the weekend off. So I was very, very pleased. So thank you for managing to be here. I deeply appreciate it, man. It was good to see you and hang out with you and roll some dice with you. So, all right. Next up, we have Eli.
Yeah, I want to echo the praise for the fight. I feel like we're really finally starting to like click into mechanics that I didn't even know existed, and it's a lot of fun to like have all these fronts that we can respond to and ways that we can chip away at people that's more complex than just hit point go down. It feels like it really gives us some clear like tactical objectives, and it's a ton of fun. Yeah, I had a great time. Very excited for the next session, and that's it for me. Thanks, dude.
Dude, absolutely my pleasure. Again, go check out Eli's Kickstarter. You have how many days remaining?
It closes Wednesday, February 11th at 11
There
a.m.
you go.
Central Time.
Okay, so you've got until then. It is Friday the 7th currently. Gives you like
Mhm.
4 days. So get on that. Go check it out. Eli does tremendous work. He's been designing games for the decade
Almost a decade,
that I've
yeah.
owned that I've known him.
9 years.
So hell yeah, man. Yeah, go check it out. He's a good person to boot. So all right. Oh shucks. Speaking of good person, next up is Baron, the ghost of
Hey,
Baron past.
I'm Baron. He who was, he who shall be. I played Tord, thankfully. Always a pleasure to be able to get the old gang back together. And we actually accomplished like the entirety of what we came here for in one session. There will be ramifications, I'm sure, but we never said that we wouldn't also accomplish the ramifications this episode. So I had a blast. Thanks for having me.
Dude, always, man. Always. Hey, that's 3 bullet points, guys. We're halfway there. Another 6 years. We got
6
this.
more years.
See, now
6
also in
more.
theory it says we have to temper the steel with Dragon's Flame and then cool it with the water of its home, which is kind of the same step. Because you don't, I mean, tempering, you kind of like, you heat it, you put it in the water. We're not going to heat it, walk with it, put it in the water.
I guess we'll have to see.
And is it Dane's hand? Do you just have like a sword arm now?
Yeah. Like that is the immediate thought going through Dane's head after this is, wait a second, Dragon's Fire.
Like, so do you have to get hit by Dragon's Fire and then just have to take a bath?
It's certainly going to make things interesting.
Like, we could play with the semantics of this riddle at this point.
What do they really mean by Dragon's Fire?
Next time.
Can we just
I mean,
get
we
like a really
first
big
get
lizard?
to we
You
first
said
get
it,
to
right? You said
hone
the
him.
magic words. You said the magic words. Of course, I said them.
Absolutely.
I
Every
always said them.
syllable.
But did you say them correctly? Every syllable.
It's a great film. Yeah, man. I'm really excited that we finally, like I said, got back together and played, and I appreciate you hanging with us. I know that we are way past your bedtime, but I super
Just a
appreciate
sleepy guy, man.
you kicking it with it. Oh man, you get up super early and you work hard. It's totally understandable. But I
Made it.
can't
I
I can't not
survived.
give you shit for it, because that's, I mean, what
No,
kind of a friend
that's
would I
right.
be if I wouldn't?
That was a very good one.
Love you, dude. All right. Last but certainly not least, Karen.
I have missed these characters so much. It was so much fun to play again with everyone here. I feared for my life, Jeremy. That was a nasty that was a nasty fight. I was like getting ready to do my Hail Mary pass here when right before Dane managed to like heal me some. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go out with a huge bang if I have to. So luckily did not have to do that. So live to fight another day. Cannot wait for next session. It's been so good to get back into this. Have no idea. It's awesome, and I needed this as well. So thank you so much, and love you all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Much love. Yeah. All right. So we should hopefully, all things going right, be able to meet up next month for session 51. We'll just keep on trucking, y'all. So yeah, this has been an absolute blast. If you enjoyed tonight, there will be a new trilogy kicking off on the channel right here on Sunday, starting at 1 p.m. Central, going for the next 3 weeks. Is going to be a mashup of Legend of the Five Rings and Lord of the Rings, called Legend of the One Ring. The player characters are basically going to be defending the analog of Osgiliath against the Horde of Darkness. So none shall survive. I'm looking very much forward to it.
Fucking sick. It's gonna be sick.
I
Anybody
hope so.
who just heard L5R and Lord of the Rings is probably like, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I'm really stoked about it. I'm really looking forward to how it's coming together. So I'm pleased.
We're gonna save the day.
You might see a few familiar faces over there. So be sure to stop by and check it out. But if you did like the content, then do all the stuff that YouTube likes you to do. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends, etc., etc. I really deeply appreciate anybody who stops by and watches some of our games and gets entertainment from us just goofing off and having fun for a little while. It does mean the world to me. So thank you. Yeah, I hope that everybody has a wonderful weekend. What else? Kindness is a free action. Don't forget. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to people, and the world is in a pretty rough spot at the moment. So we need all the kindness that we can get. Unless you're a Nazi, then you don't get kindness. But exactly. So with that being said, go out and be nice. Unless they're Nazis, then you punch them. But until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.